Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Here's yet another industry whose workers are being threatened by AI. Meta Platforms is betting that automation is the future of advertising. The Wall Street Journal reports the owner of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp is working to begin enabling brands to fully create and target ads using artificial intelligence by the end of next year. Google is releasing an app that will allow users to run available AI models on their phones. Google AI Edge Gallery is only available for now on Android devices, but will soon be available on iOS. TechCrunch reports the app will allow users to find, download, and run compatible AI models that generate images, answer questions, and more. On Monday, Uber named longtime executive Andrew McDonald its first chief operating officer since 2019, part of an executive shakeup that includes the departure of the company's top delivery leader. And the dating app Tinder is testing out a controversial new filter for its top-level subscribers. It'll allow them to set a person's height as a dating preference, sparking fierce debate on social media. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A familiar meeting between the Phillies and Mets is on deck for a weekend series on Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, both at 7:15, and Sunday, June 22nd at 7:10. Order tickets today at Phillies.com. A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, June 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, that is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Bobby. Good morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
By the way, a lot of people love the Bobby Kennedy drop. I'm getting tweets and texts about it, saying we need more Bobby on the board.
Oh, no.
I don't know that we need more Bobby, but that one will stay right there. Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. How are we this morning? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Greg. Good morning, everybody.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Tune in at
Hello,
6
my
o'clock. They
friend.
want to hear things.
Oh, yes.
Not us talking about
This is your morning wake-up
good morning
call.
to one another. Let's go. Come on.
Wake up,
Thank you.
Philadelphia.
Come on.
Let's get that coffee percolating, caffeine in the veins, and let's do this thing. We have a lot of good things to get into today. Perhaps a summer of love, 2025. Although I'm going to flip the variables around here, and I think it makes sense. Also, it appears that Mr. Molotov himself was anti-Doge and was anti-gutting of USAID.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, more details coming out from our white man.
They're charging him with a hate crime.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Federal
look,
hate crime.
Look, it gives him a longer sentence. You know, he'll never see the light of day again.
$10 million bond.
But I just have a problem with the hate crime thing. I do. I just feel like a crime's a crime. Dude should go away forever. Actually, you should probably get firing squad.
I was just going to ask you.
Yeah.
What's tougher to sign up right now for? Fight Club or Stalker's Firing Squad?
Yesterday, I took some time and I put together a Google Doc of all of the submissions so far for Fight Club. There's a lot of them.
A Google Doc.
There's a lot of them, man.
Fancy.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's called preparing for a show, Kale. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Never done that thing before.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know anything about it, sir. I just come in here and wing it for 4 hours. Also, Pride Month has reached the National Football League.
Oh, here we go.
Which teams are participating? Which teams are silent and or maybe sitting it out this year? Because, the NFL ended racism, so they're going to end vulnerable communities under attack. Still waiting for the NFL to speak out about anti-Semitism in this country.
Homophobia.
Homophobia, all of it. Yep, I think the NFL, they can end it all. We can eventually live in a beautiful place if the National Football League just steps in. Also, by the way, on the Molotov cocktail, Israel, Palestine thing, we have musical battles here. This is like right in Phil Almquist's wheelhouse because it falls under the music genre. Mumford & Sons is pro-Israel, and Imagine Dragons is pro-Palestine. We'll talk about it, and we have video footage to show you as well. Plus, Tim Walz and the clown show that is continues. He says you have to bully Trump, and his son, Gus, apparently told Mr. Potato Head himself, his father, this is the reason Trump won. So we've got a lot of sons out there. We've got Mumford & Sons. We've got Barron Trump. We've got Gus Walz, all telling Democrats why young men vote for Donald Trump. We'll talk about it this morning. Gut sheet coming up at 7:45. Let's get down to business. Round number one of the news at 6:03. The great Dawn Stenslin.
Good morning. Thank you very much, the great Nick Kayal. This is June the 3rd, a Tuesday morning, as Greg Stocker always says. Clear skies, clear, beautiful skies, 57 degrees, heating up to 84 degrees, full forecast in just a moment. We have an investigation underway this morning after police say 3 people were injured in a shooting in Philadelphia. This happened early this morning. Officers responding to 911 calls of that shooting, 6300 block of Torresdale Avenue. Officers arriving on the scene, police say the witnesses told them several people had been shot. They were taken to area hospitals by private vehicles, and police say a total of 3 people were shot. 21-year-old man shot in his shoulder. We have a 48-year-old man shot once in the back, and a 24-year-old shot in his shoulder as well. We know that as far as the 48-year-old man, he's in critical condition right now. We just have that update. And they say the 21-year-old was sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle and had just been dropping somebody off. So it sounds like an Uber driver. And that was the 6300 block of Torresdale Avenue when that shooting happened. Over a dozen bullet holes were found on the I think it was 13 bullet holes in all found on the driver's side door. So the 21-year-old was sitting in the driver's seat. Police say somebody else drove him to the hospital. So they're investigating this entire thing. Who was the actual target? And unfortunately, it sounds like a rideshare driver was caught in the crossfire. We don't know if was this an attempted carjacking? Was this, what was going on here? We don't have all those details.
Based on the shooting that we had last week with the GMC SUV that had 30-plus bullet holes in it, I think if you're an Uber driver moving forward, you might want to invest into one of those GMC Denali's. Probably protect you a little bit.
Do we have a description of the shooter?
I know. Sir, we do not.
Okay, all right.
Have a description.
But we know the make and model of the car, correct?
Yep, we
Okay.
have the car
Gotcha.
descriptions,
Yep.
the street descriptions,
yes,
the
yes.
How about
911 call
yeah,
descriptions.
The specific gun? Do we know the gun model? Do we know the
got-
gun manufacturer?
I don't have that yet. We'll probably have that later this morning.
Yep.
20 spent shell casings were found on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that one going on.
Just curious, and not to hijack your news for a second, but do we have a description yet of the Fairmount Park shooter?
No, sir, we do
Okay,
not.
okay, just
Nah,
curious,
nope.
just curious.
No
Okay,
descriptions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, yep. Unbelievable.
We have we've already gone the 6:06. We've gone off the rails.
It's going to be one of those shows,
I
folks.
know,
Get ready.
silliness. A group of advocates from across Pennsylvania, they are heading this morning to Harrisburg, hoping that they will be heard, that they can testify before state leaders, lawmakers, and hoping for some legislative changes to help victims of violent crimes as well as families of those who are taken by violent crimes. Oftentimes, and we've heard this story over and over, that many times victims advocacy groups, victims' families, they all say that it certainly feels sometimes or oftentimes like the criminals have more rights than the victims. And so this is the push at the Capitol today, aiming to give victims the resources as well as the security they need while going through traumatic and very tough times. And so survivors of various crimes, even domestic crimes, that's domestic violence, but as well these violent crimes that unfortunately I'm reporting on pretty much every morning, especially starting at 6 a.m. We do have the face-off, if you will, a friendly face-off between our Pennsylvania senators, John Fetterman, Dave McCormick, that Senate forum that went viral as on the Democrat side, obviously John Fetterman, on the Republican side, the freshman Senator Dave McCormick discussing U.S. and foreign relations at this event that was live streamed on Fox Nation. It's known as the Senate Project, and it's a debate series that really promotes bipartisanship within the U.S. Senate. So certainly they are agreeing on much of what's going on with Israel and that situation. As we exceed, last week we hit 600 days, so 606 days and counting. Fetterman in his signature black hoodie and shorts, McCormick in his Navy suit and tie. 30-minute conversation.
Basically the same outfits that I wear and Zioli wears to Pints and Politics. I come showing up like Fetterman, and he came looking like McCormick.
I know you have a clip of them in the Big Take, but I want to play one real quick here. 16, Phil, if you would. This is Senator Fetterman on building tent cities and campuses and terrorizing Jewish students. Roll this.
This is just rampant across all the universities, for all these places too. I mean, we really need to call it what it is. Building tent cities on a campus and terrorizing and intimidating Jewish students, that's not free speech. And now we've lost the argument in parts of my party.
McCormick nodding along in agreement, and I think Fetterman was just ousted from the Democrat Party. Can't say that, John. Not allowed to do that.
Yeah, to your point, the Philadelphia Inquirer, the front of the digital edition, quote, Senator Fetterman has low approval among PA Democratic primary voters. New poll shows, right in the digital version, right in the front of it.
You can't speak out.
Nope.
You can't speak out.
Nope.
The tribalism is strong with these ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that we'll get to that, and you have a lot of this in the big take as we are 605 days since October 7th, since the attack. And remember, of all those hostages taken, it's believed that less than 24, maybe as low a number as 20, are actually still alive.
Does anybody actually believe that? Does anybody really believe that there are 20 alive at this point? I can't envision that. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they are, but it seems a little far-fetched. But
we have the, a lot of headlines I can give you. The Trump, I forget if this one, I don't think is in your big take. The Trump administration opening that investigation into whether or not Joe Biden was competent. This among, those things going viral. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, this as he's signing a bill into law, just signed a bill into law yesterday, cracking down on public brawls. So this legislation...
He's trying to kill Fight Club.
Yeah, see?
Damn it.
Murphy doing everything in his power to stop Fight Club once this segment gets popular.
Greg Stocker, no brawls.
Yeah.
On the legislation criminalizing any incident where a public brawl is incited and then upgrades the penalties for any kind of disorderly conduct. And so this was... At first, you might think that this was because of all the chaos and the trouble with the Utes and the teens down the shore.
That's what I was going to say.
But it wasn't. It was. Remember that Gloucester Township Day event where the 500 teenagers were causing all that chaos? Yeah, 3 officers were injured.
Teenagers. Were there a description of the teenagers, Dawn?
No, sir.
Okay.
Still to this day.
Sorry.
It's a year ago. Nope. Nothing to see here. Sorry. So we have that new law going on. And by the way, today it begins, because obviously June 10th coming up, the primary for New Jersey. But today, the early voting, in-person early voting in New Jersey. We've talked a lot about the gubernatorial and the upcoming election for Jersey. So that starts today, the in-person voting.
Do you guys predict record turnouts for this, or do you think it's going to be low turnouts for the Jersey primaries?
I think there's a little bit of juice for this one. I think the turnout's going to be pretty decent.
Okay.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's summertime. It depends on the weather, I suppose. I'm seriously.
June 10th,
June
right?
10th.
Yep. Okay.
Speaking of June 10th, by the way, Philadelphia City Hall raising the flag for Juneteenth. Already putting that flag up. As Philadelphia
How many
City
days
Hall.
until the 4th of July?
But what about Pride Month? Don't they feel like they're getting a slap in the face or a slap in somewhere else?
No, it's interesting that you bring that up. Very quick to kind of gloss over that and go right into Juneteenth.
Yeah.
And that flag.
I can see a brawl.
Well,
happening.
We'll see if Murphy allows it.
I don't know if you saw this, but Sicily's Mount Etna.
Yes.
That fiery show, cloud of smoke and ash.
We have the
sending
video.
it miles up into the air.
Yeah, we have the video.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I think Phil found this yesterday. This was a nice little
yeah, he's on
find by him.
He's on Mount Etna watch. Roll this. Look at that. Wow.
It's actually a recap of the Jets season last year.
Oh, look at all the smoke.
Wow. There you go.
Wow.
So that is crazy. The level of alert due to the volcanic activity was raised, but no immediate interruptions were reported. An official update declared the ash cloud emission had ended by the afternoon, but has gone viral. The spectacle on Europe's most active volcano was caused, they say, when part of the southeast crater collapsed, resulting in those hot lava flows. And it was the 14th eruptive phase in recent months.
Cool.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
So we have that going And by the way, we may have another one of these gorgeous sunsets, very colorful because of the Canada wildfires.
Did anybody see the Northern Lights the other night? I was looking for them when I was when I was out in the wee hours of the morning.
Oh yeah,
but I didn't see anything. Yeah.
So the Canadian wildfires are back.
Yes.
2 years. It's almost the 2-year anniversary, right? It was June of 2023.
So are we going to get haze because of this?
Haze.
Oh.
We're
going to smell it?
You always remind me of that bus driver with the smell. Oh, yeah. I don't know that he's looking for his button.
I know I can smell it.
So I don't know if we'll smell it, Nick Kale, but these
good.
Sunsets are a beautiful thing. It's really, the funny thing is we say, oh, that beautiful sunset. It's not a good thing. It's polluting, and they have the fires to contend with.
What about Canada trying to steal away Pride Month with wildfires and get the front page of the Toronto Times?
It's a sin,
It's outrageous.
We do have Bryce Harper expected in the lineup against the Blue Jays. I don't think we have an official announcement. Remember his elbow that was already had the surgery on it, so it was already the so-called bad elbow. But he's supposed to be back. And then Saquon Barkley.
Oh, yeah.
Cover man of Madden 26.
Did you see the video of him? Because on the front cover of Madden is him doing the leap.
Over the Jaguar.
Did you see him with the green screen doing the leap?
No.
I wanted to ask you guys if he had a...
wires.
Wires, yeah.
Yes.
Oh. He did?
Yes, he definitely did.
Roll this, Phil.
3, 2, 1, go!
Watch this. There you go. Look at that. Yeah.
Woo! Has to be, right?
That's amazing.
They were saying that he did have the help of some wires because he had to do that over and over and over.
That's right.
So that was incredible.
Yeah, that could be a little exhausing after a while.
Yeah.
Right?
Real quick, since we're doing this, I'm just going through the cut sheet right now. He spoke about this. Roll this.
It means the world to me. I think if you asked any kid out there if they were able to be on the Madden cover, I think they all would be stoked and say yes. So for that to come to life is truly amazing. There's so many legendary players that have been a part of this, and I'm happy to attach my name to those guys too. It's definitely going to be the anniversary of 25, and they put Barry Sanders on. That's like the first time in my mind where you can go back and play with old school players. I remember being a kid, playing Madden and going out there and trying to make some spin moves, make some moves that I just did the night before in Madden. It helps me now in my career, just having that imagination as a little kid, not being afraid to do anything, and let my body go and just reacting. So Madden's been a big part of my life, an even bigger part now that I'm part of the cover. My golf game, 74, and chess, 78, 92. As a friend, I think I'm a pretty good friend. 95, got a lot to work on. As a father, I hope Jada and my son Junior would say a 99, but like I said, you still have to work on that, so I'll give myself a 97, 98.
How much more likable is he than Jalen Hurts?
Well, Jalen Hurts showed up at a PA girls flag football.
Yeah, he didn't have any scheduling conflicts. Yeah, there's no scheduling conflict. His day was wide open for that.
What is your, because I heard you off air a while ago, Nick Kale. I think you were talking to Dom Giordano about this. Your theory about Saquon on the Madden game cover?
It's kind of a ballsy move. There's the cover curse.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
I thought that was the S. I thought that was
that's
like
the SI
SI
cover jinx. That's another one too. Yeah. But I could see it week 7, Saquon Barkley running down the field, and all of a sudden he just comes up limp, and he goes down and he grabs his knee, and Merrill goes,
Oh, my goodness.
and then he's out for the year.
I feel for him.
The Madden cover curse. I like this.
Merrill, what are your thoughts on Saquon going on the Madden cover?
That is called stupid.
But with the photo shoot, he not only had the wires, it was on a big pulley system.
Yeah.
So it was helping him. I mean, he's still jumping.
Right.
That, that high.
Well,
it's not pulling him up but it helps him stay airborne.
We've seen him do the moves, so we know he can do it.
Right.
I was just curious if...
It's actually, they borrowed the pulley system. It's the same pulley system that Chris Christie uses to get in and out of bed.
Oh, ouch. Okay. To lift up the belly flap. Is that?
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of this, please.
Yeah.
So that's it for us as we talk about Saquon Barkley and his iconic reverse hurdle. And now Nick Kale doing a nice
beautiful weather.
Hurdle.
Iconic weather. We're going to hurdle over the cold dawn. We won't see cold again until October. 57 today. It's going up to 84 for your high. Wednesday, 87. Thursday, 90. Friday, 87. So the heat is on for the next couple of days, and then we'll go back to the high 70s. Heading into the weekend, weather is brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Kayal and Company News Live. Tuesday, Big Take is on the way. Stay right there. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at unitedtire.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
When you partner with CDW, your people get more out of technology.
CDW data experts are simplifying complex workloads with high-speed AMD processors, which helps your project managers efficiently manage heavier workflows. Game designers level up creativity, and scientists develop their next breakthrough. Amazing, right? Make amazing happen. AMD and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/AMD.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, 624, Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning. We have a lot to get to. The cut sheet is loaded. The stories are good. Right now, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank, Summer of Love 2025. You know, in the summer of 2020, we had to endure riots and protests across the country in the wake of George Floyd. For 20 months, we have seen countless protests and acts of anti-Semitism perpetuated from the same fools that have supported BLM and every other Fugazi cause out there. But are we on the precipice of Jews reaching their tipping point and maybe taking to the streets? I wouldn't be at all surprised, and I'm not sure that I would blame them. How much more do these people have to endure? Enough is enough with the hatred towards Jewish citizens in this country. We are in day 3 of Pride Month, and all we ever hear is how the LGBTQ plus community is under attack. And I always say, where's your proof? Show it to me. Where are the breaking news stories across mainstream media? They don't exist, because we are seeing right now Jewish hate on steroids in society today. And Jews can't even get the media to acknowledge it is terrorism. The media will bury the fact that Boulder, Colorado suspect is an illegal alien. They will dub him white man. But let's go through the timeline in just the past 4 to 6 weeks. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro had his residence torched on the first night of Passover. Cody Balmer, 38, charged with attempted murder. On May 21st, we had 2 staffers of the Embassy of Israel to the United States shot and killed as they left a museum in Washington, D.C. And now we have Mohammed Sabri Solomon, who has officially been charged with a hate crime, which is involving actual or perceived race, religion, or national origin, plus murder and assault charges in Boulder, Colorado, after he attacked people with Molotov cocktails, setting them on fire. Here is Ed Victor, who was an eyewitness on Fox News, giving the horrific details. Listen and watch.
We got to the old courthouse, which is on Pearl Street between 13th and 14th Street. We were lining up as we normally do, and I'm sure I walked right past the person with the Molotov cocktails. I lined up. I was standing. I remember looking west towards the mountains, talking with somebody. Suddenly, I felt a lot of heat. I turned, and I saw a person on fire. And my immediate goal, as well as 2 or 3 other people, was to get the fire out. That's what we had to do. And we grabbed some flags, we grabbed some banners, did what we could. It was horrible, and it maybe took 1 or 2 minutes. Just felt like it always took too long to get the fire out.
Yeah. Didn't grab his phone, didn't start recording, didn't go live to capture a viral moment for clicks, but acted bravely to help another human. Josh Shapiro, as we have mentioned, he's dealt with this. His fellow Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman, a vocal outlier in the party, had this to say alongside his Keystone State rival, Dave McCormick. Listen and watch.
This is just rampant across all the universities, for all these places too. I mean, we really need to call it what it is. Building tent cities on a campus and terrorizing and intimidating Jewish students, that's not free speech. And now we've lost the argument in parts of my party.
I actually went to University of Pennsylvania, saw these demonstrations, and this wasn't free speech. This was intimidation, in some cases physical violence.
Dave McCormick is right. This isn't a protected element of the First Amendment. President Donald Trump has seen and heard enough. 47 posting this on social media, quote, "Yesterday's horrific attack in Boulder, Colorado will not be tolerated in the United States of America. He came in through Biden's ridiculous open border policy, which has hurt our country so badly. he must go out under Trump policy. Acts of terrorism will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. This is yet another example of why we must keep our border secure and deport illegal anti-American radicals from our homeland. My heart goes out to the victims of this terrible tragedy and the great people of Boulder, Colorado. National security, paramount. A secure border, of the utmost importance. But what price do you put on your safety and security? What about your kids? The president, he's almost been killed twice. That means the rest of us are all vulnerable. Tom Homan was on Fox News yesterday saying, we are vulnerable for a terrorist attack right now in this country because of Biden's open border policies. But more pro-Palestinian protests broke out yesterday. This time, it occurred fittingly enough at the National Security Forum. Here was Navy Secretary John Phelan being interrupted by your typical woke protesters. Listen and watch.
And figure out how, if I really want to bring about change and bring about a more adaptable culture.
All right, Phil, you can stop it there if you don't mind, as that goes on for another 45 seconds. I would have yanked them out way quicker and with way more force than those security guards did. It's time to stop the talk and walk the walk. A lot of these punks need to learn a lesson. And so do the grifters on social media who think doxing is cool. I'd actually like to take all the doxers, put them with the swatters, and send them all to Gaza. And now, in this country, we have ICE agents having to wear masks to conceal their identities because they and their family are being doxxed. And the party of COVID masks, now all of a sudden they have an issue with mask wearing. Listen and watch.
I'm going to answer the mask question. So, no, not the mask, the mask. So, a lot of agencies were invited to come out 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles where we ran an operation where ICE officers were doxxed. So let's just say that again. People are out there taking photos of the names, their faces, and posting them online with death threats to their family and themselves. So I'm sorry if people are offended by them wearing masks, but I'm not going to let my officers and agents go out there and put their lives on the line and their family on the line because people don't like what immigration enforcement is. They are wearing those masks because we ran an operation with the Secret Service where we arrested someone that was going online, taking their photos, posting their families, their kids' Instagram, their kids' Facebooks, and targeting them. So let me ask, is that the issue here, that we're just upset about the masks? Or is anyone upset with the fact that ICE officers' families were labeled terrorists?
Spouses and children of ICE agents being placed in danger, all because the federal agents are doing their jobs? I hope Pam Bondi prosecutes every single one of these scumbags who want to intervene and make law enforcement's duties and lives more difficult than they already are. Glenn Greenwald was a guest on Tucker Carlson's podcast. They got into acts of violence against Gaza over what a Florida Republican advocated for on social media. Listen and watch this final clip.
See on the internet, because could that really be real? So someone sent this to me the other day. This is a person who I confirmed is a real person. I didn't believe it at first. Congressman Randy Fine of Florida. And he said this the other day on Fox News last week, quote, "In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here in Gaza. There is something deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated." So we're going to nuke Gaza because of its culture. We're going to kill everybody because we don't like the culture, which, by the way, lots of Christians in Gaza, Muslims in Gaza.
Just innocent people in Gaza of all kinds.
Well, of course, but like to say there's some like Gazan culture that's cohesive, it's like, what? But we're going to kill them all because we don't like their culture. And so I didn't believe that was real. I didn't really think he was a member of Congress. I texted a friend.
He's newly elected. Like in the last, he filled it was Mike Walz or Matt Gaetz's seat, one or the other.
It was Walz, I think.
Walz, yeah.
So I texted a friend of mine in Congress. Is this really a member of Congress? Yes. It's like, I don't even know what to say to that, but that, first of all, it's evil. But how can you say something like that and not get expelled from Congress or the Republican? How can that person be a member of the Republican Party? I don't understand.
So let me say two things about that. And yes, Randy Fine is very real. I've been watching him for a while now, ever since Trump endorsed him as this America First candidate. He had served in the Florida Senate, in the Florida legislature.
It's definitely way over the top, and I agree with Tucker Carlson. It is definitely evil, and we can't be doing that. But if we don't establish a precedent in this country for deterring these acts against Jews, this stuff will continue to happen. I think it's time to implement FAFO policies because the time is now. Or as Tom Hoban said, we could be looking at another September 11th type atrocity against innocent Jews and innocent Americans right here in this country after open border policies. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, well, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat. We'll come back, get Dawn's thoughts. Also, new revelations, new details on this individual who apparently did not like Elon Musk and Doge. The details coming up next here on Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, at Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or you can call them 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you thinking about selling your home? It's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So how do you stand out without breaking the bank? Well, that's where my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors comes in. She's hosting a free event for future home sellers. Learn how to navigate the uncertain housing market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. Learn her low-cost staging techniques that meet today's buyers' demands. Join Diane and me for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. At the special event, you'll get a signed copy of her new book, model home mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's Future Home Seller event and sell your home fast. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on June 11th. Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 641, live on a Tuesday morning as we jump back into our conversation as the #1 story in the country. We talked a lot about it yesterday, the Molotov cocktail terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado, and new details emerging. I want to get Dawn's thoughts on this. So I just looked this up during the break, Dawn. According to the census of 2020, so 5 years ago, there's roughly 7.5 million Jewish individuals in the United States of America, and they are constantly under attack. We've seen it ramped up big time in the last 2 years and really in the last 4 to 6 weeks. And I'm just wondering where all the Stop Hate Against the Jews commercials are and the ads on TV. You know, where's the media shoving their identity down our throats 24/7? I guess the media only can suck it up enough for BLM, LGBTQ+, because apparently if you're a JEW, it's just, hey, man, now's a good time to maybe take advantage of the Second Amendment and protect yourself, because you're not going to get any help from legacy media with the advertisement of a community truly under attack.
Yeah, to your point, Nick, these things, unfortunately, we knew when that horrifying DC attack took place, there would be a copycat. All the officials, all the crime experts warn you of that. And so, I hate to say the cliche, but it was only a matter of time, because we have people like this guy who's, I have to say allegedly, but a ticking time bomb. And the fact that, you have now 12 people, some of them in critical condition, including, what struck me was, and I know we talked about it yesterday, but this 88-year-old lady, and she survives the Holocaust. And to have this happen in America, so she becomes an American citizen. And here's somebody who was here illegally. And I know I know Malusian and others had posted like his background, and he had a visa and he had this. The bottom line is everything expired. He was here illegally. He should not be here. He planned this thing for a year, and nobody figures this out. And so it happens in Boulder, Colorado, and you think to yourself, what? Why there? Why? Well, because it's a place where it's a sanctuary welcoming these folks. And why? How is this even happening?
They harbor hatred.
God almighty.
Right? They harbor hatred. They allow these people to stay there and then attack tax-paying citizens, right? Whether they're Jewish or American, a combination of both, because we know that these radical extremists, they view Americans just like they do the Jews. They want both of us, both of them, both identities dead. That's the goal. Globalize the intifada. It's not a hashtag on social media. It is a real life objective of these radicalized, deranged, I'm fighting a holy war nonsense individuals that have been so corrupted and warped that this is their life mission. And they're living right here amongst us. And I don't think Tom Homan is spreading fear propaganda when he says we could have a serious terrorist attack in this country of epic proportions, because and I'm sure the FBI and the CIA, they're all, trying to listen to these, these encrypted channels and tapping phones and looking at chat rooms and online searches to hopefully prevent and snuff out a terrorist attack. But that's happening and being planned at some point by somebody somewhere or a group somewhere in this country. And then this guy, Solomon, paperwork with the word USAID was found in his car, along with, let's see here, words that said Israel, words that said Palestine. He had 12 red gas containers and rags. Now, a senior State Department official told Fox News that Solomon is not a United States Agency for International Development employee, but clearly had an axe to grind with USAID. And I'm just presuming here, I don't know, but the gutting of USAID by Doge and Elon Musk, he wanted to target a Zionist group that gathered in Boulder on June 1st. And the goal was to stop them from taking over, quote, our land, which he said is, quote, Palestine. And this was, as you mentioned, plotted for over a year. And he was doing this while he waited for his daughter to graduate. So I'm assuming his daughter's in this country.
His 5 kids.
His 5 kids. And here's the list of charges now. He has been charged with a hate crime, first-degree murder, deliberation with intent, criminal attempt, murder in the first degree, extreme indifference, criminal attempt, crimes against at-risk adults and the elderly, first-degree assault, non-family, first-degree assault, heat of passion, criminal attempt to commit Class 1 and Class 2 felonies, and the use of explosives or incendiary devices during a felony. $10 million bond. And to your point, here's the timeline of when he entered the country and when his visa expired. He first came to the United States on August 27th of 2022, so just about 34 months ago, on a B1, B2 non-immigrant visa that expired on February 26th, 2023. So he had been in this country illegally, technically, for about 27 months, and he did not leave. And Solomon filed a claim with U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services on March 29th of 2023, which authorized him to work through March of 2025. That is also 2-3 months ago. So he is, you ever see that Progressive commercial where the ants in the refrigerator? Expired. She's going through the salad dressings. Every which way you look at this guy was expired. Should not have probably even been here in the first place. Came through Biden's open border policy. And this is what I've said. It's not just about South America here, Dawn. We talk about these South American countries and we see the pictures of people coming across the border with the buoys in the water. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from China. They're coming from God knows where else, countries that we couldn't even find on a map. And this is another proof positive moment where we need to get serious. And this is why I said yesterday, when we're talking about, well, Doge cuts are coming, but Trump's going to spend more. So it's actually, we're ringing up the deficit with national security. And when Stalker brought up, well, are we picking and choosing? And I said, yes, because I don't want $350 million going to Ukraine under a military budget. But if $350 million needs to be spent on securing the homeland, as I said in the big take, what price do you put on your safety and your security? Yeah. Because I don't know about you. I don't want to be walking around on the 4th of July eating a snow cone. My daughter's having the time of their life, and some maniac shows up with 14 Molotov cocktails and wants to turn me into a raging inferno.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everybody, I know criticized locally with, just to localize it for a moment, the White Marsh Parade that was canceled by local officials. And this is exactly the kind of thing that now, and I know in Boulder there, they were worried about different protests and different events planned because we have these nut jobs now who've been, and some of them are born here, but a lot of them are not. And so you have that combination, and you as local law enforcement, that's on you. I mean, I think there are people who feel responsible to say, I want to make sure that everybody's safe. And in our region, you mentioned our Jewish population, on the East Coast, I believe. So other than New York, I believe we in this region have one of the largest Jewish populations. So if this is happening in the country, which we know it is, then are we not a target? Mm-hmm. And I remember we started out the year January 1st with the Mummers Parade here in Philadelphia. It went on, but they had to spend a ton of money, extra added SWAT and K-9 after there were other terror attacks. So this is a reality of our lives. And in part, to your point, this is something that's, what would you say? I would say it's like an incendiary device with so many millions of people who just basically were allowed to come into this country totally unvetted. Mm-hmm. And they hate us.
Yes, and this is a continuation and an evolution of the last 24 years. And I know it didn't just start 24 years ago. And we had the 9/11 accident or incident. We had 1993 at the World Trade Centers, that failed attempt. But it's gone from, bin Laden and Al Qaeda and the Taliban. And then, of course, 12 years ago, you had the evolution and creation of ISIS. And now you have this Hamas pro-Palestinian nonsense that's going on in our country. And it's, I don't, like Stalker had said, I think, months ago, the days of, flying a plane into a building are over. Now it's like these low-level, low-budget ways, and you just don't know, right? You're at a museum. Next thing you know, you walk out, you're shot, you're dead. You go to an event on a random June 1st in Boulder, Colorado. Next thing you know, you got people that are trying to douse you with flags and water because you're burning alive, all because of these imbeciles that want to walk around. And it's not even college, by the way, because I've railed on the college kids for their protests. But some of these adults, even in our YouTube chat, seriously, you don't know. And it's, well, you do realize nobody is saying that Israel is perfect, okay? But there's a clear delineation between good and evil, allies and not your non-allies, right? And Israel is on the better side. They are on the right side. Okay, I don't see them walking around. I don't see Jews in America walking around and lighting Arabs on fire. Now, you want to talk about Bibi Netanyahu and strikes in the Middle East? We can have that conversation. Both sides are complicit in atrocities, just like Russia, Ukraine is. But we know the difference between the good side and the bad side. 855-839-1210. I want to save the music stuff for when we come back. So Mumford & Sons is apparently disgusted and disappointed that the music industry hasn't taken a bigger stance to support Israel and innocent Jews in America. And then we have video footage of low-energy Imagine Dragons. Who knows? Maybe we'll be giving away tickets later this summer. They'll probably be coming to the Man or something like that. But Imagine Dragons was performing a show, and then the lead singer at the end of the show decided to wave the Palestinian flag. That's how big this story has gotten with these two sides, that we now have musical acts taking stances on things like foreign policy. We'll get to that when we come back. Hour 2 is on the way. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside
outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Big week. Kayal and Company continues. Tomorrow on Wednesday's show, Tony Bruno, plus our Veteran Spotlight at 9:30. Brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. And then Friday, Out and About Live. Mercedes-Benz Westchester, Piazza Auto Group. It's once again the 1210 WPHT Piazza Pet of the Month, as we will be there to support not only Piazza Auto, but the Brandywine Valley SPCA. We've got coffee, we've got donuts, we've got dogs, and we have Dawn. C-triple-D, that's right. Coffee, dogs, donuts, and Dawn. We'll be there from 6 to noon, 6 to 10 for Kayal and Company, 10 to noon for the Dawn Show, right out in front of the beautiful air-conditioned showroom.
No, we will not be in. It'll be 87
That's right. We will be out front, not in the air conditioning.
It's early. It's early in the morning. Calm down. By the way, it's 1260 Wilmington Pike in Westchester. I think we've been saying Westchester Pike. It's
Yes.
Wilmington Pike.
Never come to me for anything with directions.
1260 Wilmington Pike in Westchester. You can't miss it. It's a giant building.
I will say this. I am, and I think a lot of, I don't know, this is a guy thing, I think. I'm going to rip men here.
No, here we go.
Especially married men. You ever notice how married men have no sense of direction for the most part? I don't know about you, but I've been to Westchester Pike. I've been to the Mercedes dealership probably 5 times. All the different Piazza locations on that road right there. I still need a GPS. I still need a GPS for so many things short of like your normal everyday things.
It's because our brains have now been trained that way.
Yes.
We didn't used to need that.
No, what did we do back in the day? Did we like pull
We
out
just
like,
memorize where to go.
No, but you had maps.
Paper, yeah, the little map like you would get at the gas station.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for places you go to often, you just knew where to go.
Yeah.
Now we let GPS take us everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's rewired our brains to not really know where anything is.
Funny GPS story. A couple of months ago for the girls' first dance competition of the 2025 season, we were up in Trenton, New Jersey. So, of course, we get there. It's a Saturday morning, load up the truck, the whole bit. I put the location in my Honda Ridgeline GPS that comes with my truck, and my wife pulls out her phone, and she pulls up the Waze app. And
Waze is way better.
That's what she claims, too.
It is.
And I think she's right, actually.
It is.
Yeah,
it's way better.
Like, built-in GPSs I don't think are that great.
I have a built-in GPS, too, and I never use it. I always use Waze.
Yeah, and we had two conflicting routes, and then I'm like, all right, something's got to happen here because my GPS is talking to me, her phone's talking, my girls are in the back, they're talking. Daddy, are we there yet? Daddy, can we stop at Starbucks? Can we get them? I'm like, geez, there's way too much going on in this vehicle right now. It's 7:30 in the morning, for God's sakes. One of the GPSs have to be turned off.
By the way, Friday, I'm calling everybody out. Come stop by because we're going to be there. So you must be. If we have to be there, you have to be there.
I love that.
We'll have coffee and donuts, and apparently bring your dog because there's going to be a doggy photo booth.
Aww.
I'm going in the booth with the pups. Kayal and the pups. We're going to take photos together. I'm going to hold all the dogs. I'm going to kiss their backs and slap their babies and the whole thing. It's like Joe Biden would. Kissing babies and slapping backs.
By the way, somebody commented on our Facebook page if they can bring their pet kangaroo. I'm not sure if that's a real post or not.
Oh, that's funny. Please do.
Is that AI? Is that a bot?
I mean, I guess an animal's an animal, right?
I've told you, after the Philadelphia Phillies ESA crocodile, and the deer story that we had a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people in this audience that have bizarre pets.
Yeah.
Bring them all.
Brandywine Valley SPCA and partner with them. Thank you so much. They're bringing dogs that you can adopt. Dawn is going to be showcasing them. She'll be holding them up.
No.
And we will
And pet my puppy.
Yeah, it's gonna. You got to come by and we need to do this. We need to show the Brandywine Valley SPCA that we have loyal listeners.
That's right. Let's get it done. All right, round number 2 of the news. Let's get back to business here at 7:05. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Yeah, good morning. 58 degrees. I don't see a cloud in the sky. A sunny day ahead, 58 heating up to 84 degrees. How hot is it going to get this week? We'll have the full forecast for you in just a moment. Now, Philadelphia police are saying that they have 2 people of interest in custody this morning after 3 people were rushed to area hospitals. This after a shooting that happened early this morning. So according to police, early this morning, officers responding to 911 calls, 6300 block of Torresdale Avenue. This is the Tacony section of Philadelphia. Officers arriving on the scene, they say witnesses told them that a bunch of people had been shot. And so they know that a total of 3 men were shot. A 21-year-old guy, he was hit in the shoulder. 48-year-old man shot in his back and his shoulder. It looks like the 48-year-old man is in critical condition as of this moment. And then another guy, a 24-year-old man, was shot in his shoulder. So it looks like one of those gentlemen is actually some kind of an Uber driver or a driver, one of those services, in other words, that you would order. So he's not the intended target, caught in the crossfire. What was going on here? Was this some kind of a carjacking situation? I don't have all the info for that. They're saying that at the scene, a total of 20 spent shell casings were actually found. So they're still investigating this, but they did have 2 people of interest in custody as of within the past couple of hours. So they're trying to put all the information together and gathering the surveillance footage in the area as well with the help of those cameras to try to piece together what exactly happened here.
Well, I got to tell you, I have just a lot of respect for anybody that does Uber or Lyft, whether it's as a quote taxi or somebody that does like Uber Eats or anything like that. You just don't know who's getting in that vehicle anymore, right? You think you're just, a lot of these Uber drivers, some of them are full-time that do that for their living. Others do it as a side hustle to make a little extra cash. And you got to deal with this. It's just, I don't like people enough to go into that line of work. God bless those people.
Yeah, and I don't know if this was Uber. It was some kind of definitely a ride share, to your point. But, that's the problem. You might even pick somebody up that has the good history. They're rated well.
Yeah.
But then if you're going into an area where, there's a carjacker, to your point,
Yep.
it's crazy. And then the other piece of it is they get in trouble if they refuse service.
Right. That's right.
Because they're being, discriminatory. But I think it's not discrimination against the people. It's fear.
Right.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
Yep.
I find this interesting. There's an update on a story that we talked about previously, and that was when a mom and her kids had been traumatized when their Philadelphia restaurant was the target of that armed robber. Happened last month, and I had reported it, much like I do, especially in the 6 a.m. news. So now police are saying that they have a man in custody. They released his mugshot, and he's identified as Marcus Nito, arrested for robbing Shauna's restaurant. This is the 5400 block of Masher Street, May 24th. And it was they had this surveillance video that's showing the restaurant owner being held at gunpoint as her 3 young children stood there as she was being threatened, and she was pleading with the suspect, she said, and the police have said, as he walks past her children behind the counter, steals her purse, takes the money from the register, all alleged in the criminal complaint, continues to point that firearm at the terrified mom and the children, and then fled the scene. So they have this guy under investigation. And I don't have his age, young man with a lot of tattoos, especially on his neck and arms. So as we learn more about this individual, I'll bring it to you, but just wanted to, bring forth to you that situation with an arrest. And now this individual facing a series of charges. He's also one of 2 suspects who was wanted for a string of nearly 10 commercial robberies. That was across the Northeast back in February and last month. So I don't yet have the charges filed against Mr. Nito, N-E-T-O, but we'll continue to follow that one for you as we look at it. And in the first shooting that we talked about, those people of interest. So making headlines, a lot of reaction to this forum with Pennsylvania's 2 senators, John Fetterman, Dave McCormick, very friendly, disagreeing, for example, on the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, because that's what the Senate is taking up this week. Obviously, it passed through the House. Fetterman, the Democrat, under fire by fellow Dems. Dave McCormick, the rookie, the newbie, the freshman senator, whatever you want to say in Pennsylvania, facing off in that Senate forum. Very friendly, though, and certainly they agreed on what's going on with Israel and agreeing on the anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic type terror attacks that we've seen in this country.
Aren't we supposed to have the Senate vote today on the DOJ cuts? Or the House, I'm sorry?
It was, I believe that they had votes scheduled today, so hopefully they get moving.
Yeah, I thought going into the weekend, I thought it was going to be on Monday, which was yesterday, and it doesn't happen. And then I see, I don't know, it's not an advertisement, but Fox had some big banner up saying that they're going to do it on Tuesday. So hopefully they get that done today.
Yeah, I know that the House Freedom Caucus, they are still in the headlines because, but the White House is expected to send its rescissions package now to Congress.
Right.
And that's what you're referring to,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
So the House Freedom Caucus demanding the House of Representatives vote on the White House's impending $9.5 billion federal spending cut proposal. That's for DOJ.
Yep.
And so that's your most conservative brand. So, everybody keeps saying that they'll get this passed through. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, by July 4th.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it.
I know, right? So we got that going on, which is nice. A lot of headlines this morning. I want to take you just because we've talked about our higher electric bills here in Pennsylvania. And so we talked about this yesterday, that the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, announcing that providers, as of this week in the state, raising rates, and they were allowed to do this. starting right now, starting yesterday. Pico rates going up 12.6%. PPL electric customers up 16%. That's the hike. And then Met Ed hiking those prices about 8%.
Uh-huh.
So this, in the Trump administration, there was a movement yesterday, mid-morning, it was breaking news that, in fact, a piece of this is that we had under the unfortunately named Inflation Reduction Act previously, they were trying to shut down under green energy type rulings. They were trying to shut down some of our power plants. Now there are emergency measures to keep some of them up and running to try to mitigate some of these higher costs. We here in Pennsylvania pay, on average, 45% higher than the rest of the country on our electric rates.
I can't tell you how much I despise this whole state. I don't even know what I'm doing here. It's rain, it's cold, and we got to pay ridiculous electric bills. By the way, Don, I picked a great time to get a 3,000 square foot house. It's going to be right in the squelching heat of the summer. I'm going to have to go to the ceiling fans. I'll tell you what I'm going to do when I get off of work today. I'm going to go to Giant. I'm going to scout out the dairy aisle, find a nice little area where we can put some folding chairs, and the Kayals will be camping out in Giant this year. I am not going to be robbed and ripped off by, who is it, Med Ed? What are the other two?
Yeah, it's Pico. Probably for, Montgomery County. I'm not sure what everybody has.
Yeah, I think we have Pico. So do I.
Probably.
And what percentage is that? You said 16?
Yeah, they're the least. They're going up 12.6%. PPL 16%. Or excuse me, Met Ed is 8%. They're going up 8%.
All right.
But Pico is 12.6. PPL gets it. Sorry.
I'm going to call Ed later today.
The worst.
Hey, Pico, lose my number.
You could also just turn the AC off.
I'm going to.
Just sweat a little.
I am. I'm going to have the ceiling fans going. I'm going to tell the girls there's all these pools right over here. You want to go in the pool?
See?
You think I'm going to have that thing sitting at 66 all
like
summer?
Like a blow-up pool?
Yeah.
Be out back?
You're a freeze person, right? Your house is super cold?
Which I don't like.
I like that. I just don't like the bill that comes with it.
Yeah. I know. I suspect it's a man thing, but the men like the man cave.
Yeah.
But I know I would rather just turn it off.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
Right.
If it's 75, 76 in the house, that's fine. You don't want 80, but I don't mind
75 in a house versus 75 outside. It feels entirely different. We've had this conversation before. I don't trust those thermostats. When I see 75 and it starts to get real sticky in my house, I'm like, I thought 75 was the perfect temperature. I talk about it a lot. It's San Diego weather. All of a sudden, you're in a house at 75. I'm like, I'm dying. But I digress.
So we and just a headline, what we headlined for you earlier: New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy signing that bill known as the Public Brawl Bill into law, cracking down on those public brawls, especially with the youths. And so upgrades all the penalties for disorderly conduct. So just in time for the Jersey Shore season, as well, just in time for the school kids to be out of school. So we got that going on.
He's trying to kill Fight Club. We established that in the first hour. How dare that guy?
So as far as sports, I know that Bryce Harper, I don't see the official announcement here, but everybody's reporting that Bryce Harper is expected back in the lineup today. And so Bryce Harper expected in the lineup against the Blue Jays. Saquon Barkley, we talked about it earlier, on the cover of Madden 26. And illegal baby names. I don't know if you knew this. I saw this headline and I love this story. I never knew that there are 11 names that have been ruled illegal by the United States of America's federal court system.
Illegal?
Illegal.
Oh,
I did not know this.
Do we have time to go through these?
Yeah, sure. Hitler.
Yep.
Okay. I can understand that.
Goebbels.
Goebbels?
I don't see that. Hitler, we have Adolf Hitler.
So you can't name your baby Hitler, but you can call the president Hitler. Got it.
What about Adolf? I know it's a German name.
You're correct.
Adolf,
or any form of Adolf Hitler or Adolf Hitler.
You know, there was a kid in my Spanish 1 8th grade class. We the first marking period, we all had to pick a Spanish name to use and go by that in our class. We could use the Spanish version of our biological birth certificate name, or we could pick one. And there was some kid in my class who picked Adolf.
Really?
Yeah, it's in Spanish. It's called Adolfo.
Adolfo.
Yeah.
I love my name in Spanish, Madrigala.
You look like a Madrigala.
Madrigala.
Yeah, you got a little Madrigala in you. I can see that.
I love that. Or Aurora, like Aurora.
Well, that was kind of...
Aurora.
Well, that was kind of hot. Nice work out of Dawn there.
So King, Queen, Jesus Christ, Santa Claus.
What about Jesus?
You can have Jesus.
Yeah.
But
which is a very popular name.
Yeah, but it's spelled the same way.
But
so
it's the combination of Jesus Christ.
So you can't name your child King or Queen?
I guess not. Which
If I would have had a boy, I would have named him King Kayal.
I don't know if you could do that, Nick.
What else do we have? What else is on
Because
that
we'll think
list?
about Queen Latifah, but I guess that's her nickname, not her
Well,
birth
it's her
name,
performance
right?
name.
Yeah.
Right.
The-
Like Greg Stocker. That's just his performance name. That's not his
yeah,
real name.
It's not my real name.
And you know the little @ symbol, like for X or
Yeah.
social media? Just the @ You're not allowed to have that.
Okay.
Can we name our kids X?
Well, that's what I was wondering because, for example, the Roman numeral 3.
Yeah.
You can't have 3. You cannot have 1069, 1069.
1069. What about
Not allowed.
what about 420?
I don't see that.
All right.
Most states, they don't let you have numerals.
Okay.
Isn't that weird? Anyway.
Okay.
That's your news this morning. I know that we're looking at bright, sunny skies. How's it looking for the rest of the day and the week, Nick Kayal?
Warm and dry, Dawn. Warm and dry. 58 degrees currently. It's going up to 84 today. We're going to hit 87 on Wednesday, up to 90 on Thursday, and then back to the high 70s for the weekend. Brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, coming up next, the NFL and Pride Month. Buckle up, folks. We have 27 more days to go. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Families Behind the Badge. Before you know it, the bike ride is going to be here. It's the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It is coming up on Sunday, July 20th. Stalker has already ridden the bike once.
Thank you, once.
I might be having a bike here in the next 2 or 3 days.
He's not even gotten on his bike yet.
It's going to be great.
Disgraceful.
65 miles, that's the whole shebang. 30 miles if you want to chop it in half. 10 miles down the stretch we come.
And you can still donate, by the way. We're way behind in donations. We need to pick this up. We're like 6 weeks out, 5 weeks out.
That's right.
So go to GregStockerSucks.com. Donate right now. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
That is correct.
Just go there and donate.
Yes.
What are you waiting for?
Support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org is the official site, or GregStockerSucks.com.
Thank you.
When you sign up with the code Nick1210, they will wipe out $25 off your registration fee. That's Ben, B-E-N, the number 2, Shore, S-H-O-R-E.org. Promo code Nick1210, and it's all by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, where they provide immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. You know, sometimes the radio gods just align and everything falls into place perfectly. Perfect timing to hear the Zioli spot that we just heard coming back from break, because I just saw a tweet from Rich, which will actually lead us right into the conversation I wanted to have. And Zioli just tweeted, "Happy Love Conquers All Day." Mm-hmm. I have no idea what that means, but I'm assuming it's a holiday in most blue states. Well done by Rich. And it's interesting, you always hear about love, and Philadelphia's got the LOVE down in the center city, the red letters. Yet it's weird. All of the crime, all of the hate, the anti-Semitic stuff that goes on in these big blue cities, they preach about love and diversity and equity and inclusion, yet they don't allow any diversity of thought. Apparently Jews are not welcomed, so much for inclusion. And equity is really a facade anyway, but it's, we're not going to, extend the olive branch of equity to certain communities because the left says it has to all go to BLM, LGBTQ+, which brings us to this conversation, which, by the way, too, we'll show you a video coming up in a second about just how lovely Philadelphia is as a city. But the NFL is all in once again because, as we know, the NFL, they ended racism, right? They just put that big chalk spray in the back of the end zone, right, below the field goal post where it says end racism. And then they put it on the back of the helmets, end racism. And miraculously, racism is gone. Nobody hates anybody anymore. We live in a perfect symbiotic world, right? Everybody just loves everybody equally. So the NFL goes out and they do their typical nonsense. And this is as of yesterday. So this could have been updated, but I have this from the NFL writer for Outkick, Armando Salguero. These are the following teams that declined to join the beginning of LGBTQ Pride Awareness Month. The Dallas Cowboys, the New York Jets, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Cleveland Browns, the Indianapolis Colts, the Las Vegas Raiders, the New Orleans Saints, the Tennessee Titans, defending AFC champion, the Kansas City Chiefs, and your defending Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I don't know. I haven't checked the Eagles' X feed or their website, or I haven't driven by Lincoln Financial Field in the last 20 hours. Maybe they have joined the pride parade, so to speak, but the Eagles on a list of about 10 franchises that did not join. But the NFL wants to give you advertisements because the NFL is all about pandering. They're all about generating revenue, which I have no problem with. But for some reason, it's, like still 2020, according to the National Football League. Phil, let's play this. This is clip K2. I believe Stalker found this for me yesterday. This is an NFL advertisement for Pride awareness in the month of June. Let's roll this. Football is gay. That's what they say here. Football is lesbian. Football is beautiful. Football is queer, life exciting, transgender, bisexual, strong, freedom, American, accepting. Everything. Football is everything. Football is for everyone. NFL logo with the pride flag colors. NFL proudly supports. Blah, 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 blah. It's going really fast. I can't keep up.
Football is gay? Is that how it started?
Yes. And even former Cowboy wide receiver Des Bryant, who's he's probably 3 cans short of a 6-pack. He tweeted this and in reply to the NFL message. Football is gay. Football is queer. Football is transgender.
Oh, God.
Des Bryant says, these are wild statements to make. Excuse my silliness. I'm going to proudly tell my boys, football is none of those things. I have nothing against gays, but this is far from right. Which I completely agree with Des Bryant on this.
How do you think the players feel about this?
I think most football players are probably like, this is ridiculous, but most will keep their mouth shut because they don't want to deal with any blowback.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's one thing now to come out and be a public supporter of Donald Trump. We played you Saquon Barkley. He's on the cover of Madden. We played you the video of the interview. That is now somewhat acceptable by the gatekeepers of what's acceptable in society.
Yeah.
But we will never get to a point where an NFL player, I'll tell you right now, if Lane Johnson came out and said, I'm anti-Pride Month, decent chance. Now, keep in mind, paid a lot of money, great right tackle. Would you be surprised if the Eagles cut him over something like that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. The amount of blowback that he would get would be so overwhelming that they would be forced to do something like that. I'm giving you an extreme example, but I think you understand the point.
I just don't want to, I'm a libertarian. I say that all the time. I'm the ultimate live and let live person. Yes. I really don't care what any adult does.
I agree.
Like, they can do whatever they want to. They can love whoever they want to. They can whatever they want to.
Yep.
I just don't understand this need for every organization to virtue signal with the rainbow things, and it's just like what do we?
This goes back to the ESG scores, the
NFL?
social credit scores of corporations. The NFL doesn't need it. You think the NFL values an ESG score? Maybe somebody in their corporate office does. Maybe somebody in their HR department does.
Yeah.
My sister, big-time HR executive for a Fortune 500 company, she just got email submissions from fellow people in HR below her. And one of the submissions, she told me I could read this without saying any names, but one of her subordinates said, well, what about we print 200 pride flags, miniature ones, laminate them, and we'll put them throughout the office for the month of June. And my sister sends me the screenshot of it in the text. She goes, I don't know, are we doing this again, Nick? I said, I don't know, you're the HR boss. Are you allowing it? Or is your CEO telling you have to do it? And she's like, my CEO's kind of woke. I'm like, well, then you work for a woke company.
That's the thing. We pick and choose what, you know what I mean? Like what, and if an HR person tells somebody that they can't put a pride flag up or whatever like that, then it's discrimination. That company will be sued.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's just it's ridiculous. I just don't know. Look, I have gay friends, and I don't know any of them. And I'm not stereotyping here, but I don't know any of them that like football. You know what I mean? Like they just don't like football.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying there aren't gay people that like football.
Sure.
Does the NFL really need to virtue signal like this?
Well, I mean, what's next? I mean, does this really matter? Does the NFL need to tell us about Pride Month? Does the NFL have to, quote, end racism? Where's the NFL messaging in the back of the end zone that says men don't belong in women's sports? Wouldn't that be a more fitting message since it's at least sports related? Like, I like my sports. It's like my daughter with her plate at dinner. She likes to have her chicken in one spot. She doesn't want it touching the salad. She doesn't want the salad touching the potato. I don't need my sports touching social. I don't need my politics touching culture. Like, I like to have everything in a nice little compartment.
Peas in a pod.
Peas in a pod. That's correct, Dawn. And to your point, Stalker, with, I don't care who you sleep with. That's my rule of thumb. Look, I know some people, and I'm religious, but like I don't view it to be like, a sin like the Bible. Like you live your life, you only live once. Love who you want, sleep who you want to sleep with, as long as it's consensual and as long as that person is of age. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you're doing behind closed doors. But let me ask you this, because it's Pride Month, and it's actually more than a month. Phil, I want to throw up this graphic. This is K1. We dedicate over a third of the calendar year to people's preferences on who they sleep with. This is not just about Pride Month.
Look at that.
Look at this. I'm going to read through these for you.
Not
if you're
all
not on
of
YouTube.
them.
Not all of them, no.
Please.
So we start in February. I'll give you one for each month. February is Aromantic Spectrum Awareness Week.
What the hell is that?
No idea. March 31st is Transgender Day of Visibility. April 14th, we'll go April 26th. Lesbian Visibility Day. May 19th is Agenda Pride Day.
Yep.
June 28th is International LGBTQ plus Day. In July, we have International Drag Day. Apparently, there's nothing in August. August, I guess everybody goes on vacation,
everybody
right?
takes August
right?
off, yeah.
So in September, we have Bisexual Awareness Week. In October, we have National Coming Out Day. In November, we have Transparent Day. And we also have Intersex Day of Remembrance. We have 100, and there's 150. I didn't read them all, obviously, due to time constraints. There's only 365 days in the calendar. And we dedicate 150. And how many, and I always love this, and people get offended, like if you're like super, super Pride Month guy. Oh, what's the matter with the military? Yeah, the military deserves more. Yes, they do. We get how many days dedicated to the military? How many weeks? Do we really need, and I don't care if you're of the L community, the G, the B, the T, the Q, the plus. I don't care who you sleep with. Just don't shove it down my throat every single day of my life.
Excuse me?
Just stop. Live your life, man. Or lady. Nobody cares. Nobody has an issue with it. Well, maybe a few do, but who cares? Everybody has an issue with everything. Just go on and live your life, man. Have fun. Sleep. If you're a dude and you want to sleep with a dude, great. Whatever gets you going, man. I don't care. Just stop telling me about it. I don't tell you that I give my wife a jump every 10 days. No, you don't care. You don't care.
10 days.
That's on a good stretch.
So 3 times a month.
Yeah. Don't I just say.
Gives my wife a jump. Every 10 days.
Stop telling us about your sexuality. Stop telling me about your pronouns. I don't want to have to be off of X for the next month because everywhere I go, I've got to see about people just espousing who they are and what they are. We're all humans. I'm religious. I believe we're all God's children. Just go live your life and stop telling us about it. Stop obsessing over your identity. I don't obsess over my identity. I don't tell you every day I'm bald. I don't tell you every day I'm straight. I don't tell you every day I'm a white heterosexual cis male. You have eyes, you have ears. You've probably made that assumption. I don't need to remind you about it. Dawn, you have anything?
I think you said it all.
By the way, the Philly did a Pride thing over the weekend.
Yes.
Something Sunday.
Yes.
Yes, and it's all about love, right?
Do you want to see
LUV?
Do you want to see the aftermath?
Yes.
Look at this photo.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
What
Look
was
at that disgusting the trash everywhere.
What is that? Portnoy's Pizza Pantry?
Yeah, who got all that pizza?
Look at that. Look at that. This is why I hate parades or whatever the hell happened in.
This is the
disgustingness.
The remnants and the leftover of the first day of Pride. I'm not very proud to see my city look like a dumpster.
Boy, Dawn, if those porta potties could talk.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh, where's all the climate people? I thought, doesn't this lead to pollution?
Look at that. Disgusting up my beautiful city.
I know. I'm just so tired of it. These people are just so disgusting. You know, where's my thing at? Hold on, let me find it.
Does any I thought they were, you know, they love to be clean and all that stuff. You know? Stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Yeah. Stop disgusting it up.
Look at that. Look at that filth.
I mean, I've seen Super Bowl parades that look nicer after people left.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see these videos.
And we are sure that is Philadelphia, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Look at that.
I mean, we did have one man fatally shot in Philadelphia's so-called neighborhood after those Pride celebrations.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He was shot near Woody's Bar.
Oh yeah, that's
in Center City.
Yeah, it's a gay bar, right? That's down in the gayborhood.
So Derwin Darnell Joseph Matthews Jr. was 31. He was shot and killed in Center City.
Description? I'm gonna guess.
And
with the name.
And he died from his injuries after he was shot in an alleyway.
My sister must be listening. She says, I told her, this is her subordinate below her in HR, that she can decorate her office any way she likes, but we aren't putting any kind of flag out across the entire campus. So my sister put her foot down. She's a cut sheet contributor. She gave us the Fight Club yesterday. And now my sister, who I will just say her name is Erin, and I will not say where she works because she makes a lot of money, and I'm assuming she wants to keep it that way, will not decorate the entire campus with pride flags.
Can you put that photo up again one more time, Philip? There, like, what are those like colorful things all over there? There's like poppers or something.
You know what I really thought they were? The little bubble gum. Remember the little bubble gums that you would get in the yellow wrapper with the blue twist?
Yeah.
What were they, like Double Bubble or whatever?
Chris Appolito wants to know who brings pizza to a parade. That's a great question.
Great question.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Bring pizza?
Well, maybe they wanted to have a sausage fest. By the way, second best topping on a pizza is sausage.
First is what?
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
I like cheese or tomato pie.
Well, cheese. Well,
basil.
Yes. You want to go bougie pie.
Hang on.
You want to go specialty pie, yes.
Hang on. Please, pause. Tomato pie is not pizza. It's not pizza.
It's still good, though.
It's
phenomenal.
Nah.
You go to a good bakery.
Tomato pie.
But it's got to be wet and moist. It can't be all dried out.
Agreed.
Right?
Tomato pie, not pizza. Changed my mind.
Poll question. Is tomato pie pizza? Yes or no? Let's get that up on YouTube.
Nick, BPO says Nick's sister has more balls than him.
Does. She has more bucks, more balls, more brains. She's got that covered.
You got all the genes, the bad genes.
I got all. Yeah,
I got all the good genes.
I got all the.
You got all the leftovers.
I got all the dysfunctional genetics from my old man.
Like bald, sure.
Yeah, bald, likes to drink, likes to gamble, bad heart.
Is tomato pie pizza? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
All right.
I'm gonna put no.
You gonna go no?
75% say no right now.
All right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to vote.
Stalker's Cut Sheet is coming up next, but first a word from our friends at Piazza Honda. Oh, we're talking about the flagship brand today, and you can level up your fun this summer in either the new Civic Hybrid sedan or the hatchback from our friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid was received with the highest honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year because it comes with an impressive 50 city or 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or my dealership location, Springfield. Check them out today, where you can browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online at piazzahonda.com.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
In today's report, I'm going to talk about Medicare. Out of 341 million Americans, nearly 171 million workers contribute to Medicare through payroll taxes. Approximately 66 million Americans receive Medicare benefits. In this report, I'll tell you when you should apply for Medicare and how to do so. But first, here are the 4 parts of Medicare. Medicare Part A, hospitalization insurance, which helps pay for inpatient hospital care and certain follow-up services. Medicare Part B is medical insurance, which helps pay for doctor services, outpatient hospital care, and other medical services like ambulance services and durable medical equipment. Medicare Part C is commonly known as a Medicare Advantage plan. Medicare Part C is for people with Medicare Part A and B who prefer to use a Medicare-approved private health insurance plan. This could lower monthly costs but expand co-payments. Finally, we have Medicare Part D, which helps cover the cost of prescription drugs. If you have a limited income or limited resources, you may qualify for what's known as extra help. In Pennsylvania, it's known as PACE, P-A-C-E. In New Jersey, it's known as PAD, P-A-A-D. And according to the Social Security Administration, you should contact Social Security about 3 months prior to your 65th birthday to sign up for Medicare. This can be done from anywhere at any time by visiting socialsecurity.gov. If you don't have access to the internet, don't worry. You can also call 800-772-1213. That's 800-772-1213. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to enroll.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
$7:45. It is Taylor Company live on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil, Jimmy. Fight Club coming up at 9:10 this morning as we continue to hit the brakes on time and get to the big features just like we're supposed to. Let's get down to business. What does Stocker have lined up for his favorite day of the week?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice. Oh yeah, with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavors in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. All right, we played Jamie Raskin yesterday in reference to what happened over the weekend in Boulder, Colorado, with the illegal who threw Molotov cocktails at a pro-Israeli parade, not parade, but gathering.
Yep.
Where he said that, look, it's vicious and stuff, but they're just trying to express themselves. That's basically what he was saying.
I wonder if he would say that if that same individual threw that same cocktail at somebody at an LGBTQ pride event.
Yeah, it's a great question.
You know?
Well, now he tries to somehow twist the terror attack with Molotov cocktails into a pitch for gun control.
Of course. For gun control.
Yep.
Right. Because there was a gun used.
Across the country, we are still in the midst of a gun violence epidemic. So we need to be acting with due concern for human life. I mean, this is why, of course, we have been fighting for a universal violent criminal background check. We are for a ban on military-style assault weapons in the country. Our lax gun laws are a danger to everybody in America, and that's something that we can act with some legislative determination to turn around. But people have got to lead their lives, and people need to act with courage, but it is the responsibility of government to try to keep everybody safe from random arbitrary violence and bigotry and hate-motivated crimes.
Keep everybody safe. Like when we had an open border for 4 years, when we had countless people have their livelihoods and futures snuffed out. Now we want to keep people safe. And he didn't even comment on the actual issue at hand. That was like a pre-written, scripted pivot in a terrible interview where you have nothing on the issue at hand, and then you go to your talking points. This guy threw Molotov cocktails, and we're talking about gun control?
Well, to that point, this is acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Colorado saying that this terrorist, alleged terrorist, said that he had previously tried to purchase a firearm, but resorted to the Molotov cocktails when he could not purchase a gun because he was not a legal citizen. So the gun laws
did their job.
Yeah. But surprising, the criminal found a way to get around it.
Yes.
Roll
shocking.
it.
Mr. Solomon stated that he had been planning this attack for a year. And he acted because he hated what he called the Zionist group. But what the charges allege that he did was to throw Molotov cocktails at a group of men and women, some of them in their late 80s, burning them as they peacefully walked on a Sunday to draw attention to Israeli hostages held in Gaza. And when he was interviewed about the attack, he said he wanted them all to die. He had no regrets, and he would go back and do it again. He said that he had previously tried to purchase a firearm, but resorted to the Molotov cocktails when he could not purchase a gun because he was not a legal citizen.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
It's so the gun laws worked,
Mm-hmm.
but the guy found, you know what, if I can't kill people or maim people, hurt people, injure people with a gun, let me try a Molotov cocktail.
And I'm assuming you
unbelievable.
heard that Attorney General say the victim, one of the victims, was the female in her 80s. That's got to be the Holocaust survivor, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, so you think about that. If my math is correct, she was probably 5 or 6 years old. She's a kindergartner, survives the Holocaust, comes to America, probably thinks, well, I'll never be able to top that. And on June 1st, 2025, she's on the receiving end of the same vitriol and hate that she had to endure in the 1940s.
It's sick.
It is. It is. And Jamie Raskin, all you have is gun control, dude?
Yeah.
Really? What is in the water with Maryland Democrats in office? And where is Chris Van Hollen? Has he flown out to Boulder to speak to Mr. Solomon? Make sure, because I want to make sure his due process is afforded to him. You know, because I'm just waiting for, well, he was He was not read his Miranda rights. And then some nitwit in the Democrat Party is going to be advocating for an Egyptian illegal's due process rights. Won't say a word about people being lit on fire.
Sick.
But the due process rights. Okay.
So 12 people 12 people hospitalized this morning.
Oh, so that number's
12,
up.
Yes, so it's 12 people, and the Holocaust survivor. I know that the local rabbi was speaking out, talking about what an amazing person she is. She often speaks to local schools, local synagogues, and just a 88-year-old lady who is well known and beloved. Also, a college professor was among those who was burned. You're not hearing much about the victims, are you, in the headlines?
No. Well, that college professor doesn't believe in from the river to the sea, so you probably won't hear about that.
This CNN analyst, Maria Cardona, says that the rise of anti-Semitism can be correlated to the rise of Donald Trump. 38. This is 38, Phil.
Here's what we also have to acknowledge, and I agree that a lot of the college students and the colleges and the leaders did not deal with this as they should have. But we also have to acknowledge, Abby, that the rise of anti-Semitism in the last decade can be correlated with the rise of Donald Trump. And the kind of language that he gives a permission slip for all of this anti-Semitic language to be used, in a way that we really hadn't seen before. The President of the United States, when you have dinner with a neo-Nazi, when you pardon people who are the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, whose groups have an ideology that supports anti-Semitism, when you have anti-Semitic tropes that you traffic in and that you amplify on your own social media, where you have followers of millions of people, you cannot give a pass to the President of the United States with the kind of megaphone that he has and say, oh, he has absolutely nothing to do with it.
That is absolutely.
Thank you.
Everybody start yelling all at the same time.
Full of BS.
I know.
Can we all agree his favorite child, Ivanka? She's Jewish. I mean, his grandchildren are Jewish. Some of his best friends are Jewish. Nobody ever thought or said anything about anti-Semitism with Donald Trump. I would say the opposite is true. And we know in the last election, he got the Jewish vote. And many people who've never voted at the top of the ticket as a Republican president voted for him because they felt that the Democrat Party left them. Look at all the stats as we now know how people voted. So it's the opposite of what she's saying.
344% increase in anti-Semitic incidents over the last 5 years. To my knowledge, Donald Trump for the last 5 years wasn't president. 893% since 2014. We just had, in 2024 alone, 9,300 incidents across the country, which was actually up 5% from 2023 when this whole ridiculous thing started on October 7th.
It's the rise. It's the popularity and the rise of social media. Period. Full stop. That's what it is, because racist bigots, anti-Semites, whatever. They feel empowered because they can go on an X feed or a TikTok feed and hear exactly what they want to. Or the people go on TikTok and they hear all this pro-Palestinian crap and this anti, quote unquote Zionist crap, and they feel like, oh, I agree with that. They feel empowered because it's like everybody thinks like I do. Mm-hmm. So they go out and they do things because everybody thinks like I do, and it's these people are taking over the country. That's all it is, period, full stop. And to blame any politician is just lazy and stupid, and that woman should not have a job because her takes are terrible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfectly said.
CNN's Abby Phillips leaves former governor Kristen Sununu and Michael Singleton dumbfounded after she tries to claim both Congresswoman Omar and AOC haven't engaged in anti-Semitic language.
The whole squad Dem grouping is anti-Semitic.
Roll it.
I definitely think, to the congressman's point, there are specific things that are being said on these campuses that are anti-Semitic. But the idea that AOC and, I don't know, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar are engaging in those activities, I'm not sure
They
that
showed
there's
up
a
on those
lot of
campuses.
evidence of
They
that.
spoke at the campuses.
You know what I
They
mean?
were there on those campuses.
Right, but I guess,
speaking out.
but here's what I'm saying. But do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
If they show up
I
on
don't,
college
Abby.
campuses to protest, what's the situation in Gaza? Are you saying automatically the same thing as uttering anti-Semitic words?
Yes, they're
and doing
anti-Semitic.
anti-Semitic
No mistake
language?
about it. Their words are absolutely, and this is all based in anti-Semitism.
Right, what I'm saying is,
and
like,
it's
do
seen a
you have
rise.
evidence that they actually engaged in anti-Semitic language? That is the issue.
You know what I mean? About supporting
Ilhan
terrorists and some
of her past
Are you
statements?
saying? I mean, do we have to go through the statements?
I am talking about on college campuses. Because I think that there is a difference.
The history
between
of
protesting
Ilhan Omar is very clear.
There's a history. There's a difference between protesting and saying and doing anti-Semitic things. Would you not agree?
Ilhan Omar's rhetoric, as it pertains to Jewish people in the state of Israel, is deplorable and disgusting. She shouldn't even be in Congress, in my opinion. And them showing up on those college campuses is a green light for the most vicious, disgusting, despicable rhetoric against Jewish students and against Jewish people. You can absolutely draw a correlation. And to pretend that they were on the college campuses and saying kumbaya is to just be naive.
Well,
Shermichael Singleton's really good, by the way.
Clearly, Shermichael Singleton is racist for what he
Yes.
said. I'm sorry, he's black.
Yes, I know Scott Jennings gets all the CNN adoration from the right. Shermichael Singleton is very good and very articulate as well. And there's a reason why Abby Phillip is just basically the traffic cop on a 6-person show. She couldn't articulate a point if it sat on her face.
That's not
She's
true.
got no clue what she's
She is
talking
very
about.
articulate.
Oh, she's awful.
She knows how to
Low
conjugate
energy.
the verb to be, run, ran.
Oh, she does that.
Yes.
But that's more of an
To be
indictment
or
against
not to
me.
be.
That should not be an accomplishment for her. That's a dig at me, and it's well deserved.
I'm just messing with you.
No, it's great. You've earned it. I've botched it 7,200. I've actually screwed that up more than the amount of anti-Semitic incidents since 2023 in this country.
Dawn
So
from
over
downtown.
9,300 times.
Dawn from downtown.
And here's the other thing, too, with all of this nonsense. I mean, when you show up and advocate for and on behalf of these people, whether you're AOC, you're Ilhan Omar, you're Summer Lee, Jamal Bowman's been ousted. Who else are we missing? Jaya Paul. All of these squad Dems are super, super pro-Palestine. And Abby Phillip is sitting here trying to contort what's free speech, your right to protest. Yes, you have the right to show up and peacefully protest and say hateful things. But there's a certain line where once somebody feels threatened or you physically assault them, that is not protected in free speech. And oh, by the way, in soccer, you said social media. You know, social media, we saw it. We lived it for 5 years during the Biden era, during the pandemic.
Yep.
You can claim free speech rights were violated, but those social media platforms, private companies, they can control what's allowed and what's not allowed, whether we like it or not. Free speech in the First Amendment is about the government's restrictions on the people. I feel like a lot of people just really don't have a grasp of the First Amendment. It's really staggering.
Cut 34 here. This is a former D.C. police chief on the Caitlin Collins show. Said that just because this person had an expired tourist visa, the Boulder attacker wouldn't be put on the radar for police. Meaning, I said that poorly. Meaning that the police would not have had him on their radar just for an expired visa.
Okay.
Crazy, right?
Well, the police, or is this a federal agency that should have him on the radar?
Roll this.
Deadly effect.
And Chief Ramsey, does it surprise you when you hear that he wasn't on the radar of law enforcement, whether it be local or federal officials? They both were asked that today during the press conference and said that he wasn't on anything that they had been tracking.
Grabian. with their...
No, it really doesn't. I mean, he had an expired tourist visa. Unless he committed a crime of some sort, he wouldn't necessarily automatically fall on the radar of either the FBI or local police or what have you. So I'm not really surprised at that. And it also shows just the difficulty it is in tracking individuals. I mean, there are millions of people in this country in some manner, shape, or form on tourist visas or work permits or whatever, and you can't track them all. But certainly, had he committed a crime or done anything that would have caused any suspicion, that would be different. But apparently, he was pretty low key until he decided to act.
Well, and
I mean, yeah, it's so you guys think that an expired visa shouldn't put him on the radar of police?
Well, I want to give Boulder police, the not the credit, but at least the respect that I don't know what they're dealing with from a resource standpoint. The whole defund the police era, the local police can only do so much. I'm a little surprised that, according to what Charles Ramsey said, the FBI doesn't have these capabilities. ICE would not have these capabilities. DHS. I mean, that sounds like a flawed, broken system that when your temporary status and paperwork and identification expires, we don't know what we know in this country when driver's license expires.
That's a good point.
You can get your real ID, Nick.
According to U.S. Department of Homeland Security, to answer your questions, fiscal year 2022, nearly 854,000 overstays.
Oh, my God. That's almost a million.
And then fiscal year 2023, total overstays 510 plus more than 500,000. So I don't know, is that on top of the 854,000 from the previous year? I don't have that information, but
you're right.
A ton.
But you're right. I mean, my driver's license was expired because I'm lazy, and also I don't want to stand in line at the DMV. And just trying to buy booze, they're like, yeah, your license expired. Yeah. So like just trying to buy booze, right. And I'm clearly of age, and they wouldn't let me. And these visas are expired. Everybody's like, well, we can't keep track of all of them.
It's unbelievable. And then Stalker complained to the patron at the counter saying,
I have a full mustache and beard.
Sorry, no license, no liquor.
Tom Homan, you mentioned this earlier, talking about, since we're on the illegal immigration thing, Tom Homan on Hannity last night says the 2 million known gotaways, scare the hell out of him.
This is chilling.
Roll this.
Doing a great job, and this was the most preventable national security threat, I would argue, in history. I have annoyingly asked you the question over and over again. When you have known terrorists and murderers and rapists and cartel members and gang members in the country, and you have them, 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, nobody knows the actual number. And what did we learn from 9/11/01? They were at war with us. We were not at war with them, the 9/11 Commission report. They're plotting, planning, and scheming. This is a terror attack. I'm worried about the big terror attack, and of course, my prayers, my thoughts, my sympathies go out to the victims here.
I thought this was about Tom Homan.
Do you not agree that if we don't find these people soon, that we are at risk of a 9/11 or worse?
48 seconds to ask that question.
It's coming. I mean, why did 2 million illegal aliens pay more to get away? They could have paid half of what they paid, cross the border, turn yourselves into a border patrol agent, get released that same day, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, plus free medical care and work authorization. 2 million people paid more to get away. They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. Why? This scares the hell out of me. I've been doing this for 40 years. It should have scared the hell out of every American what the Biden administration did. This 2 million known gotaways scares the hell out of me. So I'm convinced something's coming unless we can find them.
I'm old enough to remember hearing a phrase of hate has no home here. Well, apparently hate does have a home here, and it's welcomed here by previous administrations that had just allow these people to come in with sinister intentions. But no, we gotta tug at heartstrings. We gotta go. Give me the rare case where an illegal alien is here, but their child has cancer. They're gonna lose their health care. 1 out of 20 million. That's what the media does. They look for just that one, so they can make you feel like, oh, maybe I have the wrong perspective here.
So speaking of ICE agents, what they're having to go through when they go into communities here, I have 2 examples here. One from a city councilwoman in Worcester, Massachusetts, and the first one I'm going to play here, ICE agents in San Diego. So this is 39, Phil. So ICE officers were surrounded on Friday by protesters who chanted shame after carrying out operations at 2 restaurants in San Diego on May 30th while executing 2 criminal search warrants of businesses that knowingly hired illegal aliens in San Diego. Over 250 protesters verbally harassed ICE agents, pounded on car windows, and even blocked roadways to prevent ICE from leaving. So we have this video courtesy of TikTok of the residents in the San Diego community just surrounding these ICE agents. Roll it.
Shame! 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 Back up! Yeah, back up! Back up! Shame! 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 Shame!
These ICE agents just trying to do their job, by the way.
Yep. Raging white liberals pulling out their phone. There's one, gray hair, glasses, dressed like she's at Woodstock.
There's a ginger.
Yep.
Back up! Yeah, back up!
You're right, Nick. They're all aging hippies. Every single one of them.
Yep.
They're all aging hippies.
Yep.
That's right! That's right! Back the up! Back up!
I wouldn't back up. I'm doing my job. By the way, that's not the officers saying back up to the people. That's the people saying back up to the officers.
And why are the officers backing up?
I have no idea.
Go! Yeah, get the out! Get the out! Cowards! Cowards! Cowards!
This is why I never could be an agent like this. I'll be like, all right.
Coward! That's right! That's right!
Wow.
Yeah. And
man,
we played the clip of I forget who it is, one of the ICE executives, one of the suits that said his agents are wearing masks now because his family and their families and their children, spouses, are being doxxed on social media and receiving death threats.
They need to rethink those officers should be on, for example, they should be mounted. They should be on horseback or have canines with them.
Yeah, good point.
Or segways or something because if you're on those mounted officers on horses, that's why they're used in crowd control. It's so intimidating.
Yep.
But to put these officers in these communities with these crazy people, and then the problem is in the sanctuary cities with the certain district attorneys, the reason, if anybody's saying, why are these officers backing up? It's because they'll be charged with something if, God forbid, one of these crazy people who's charging them, something happens to them.
Yeah, because of the Larry Krasners of the world. You're exactly right.
Put them on horses, put them on at least a Segway, or bring forth a whole bunch of canines to put that in between that crowd. Because, and I hate to say this, but if they hurt an animal, if they hurt a horse, remember the kid in the suburbs that punched the horse during an Eagles parade or whatever?
Stick a German Shepherd on them. Watch how tough they are.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button if you have not done so. Only 116 likes. I need to get that over 200, so please hit the like button if you're watching right now. Also, if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. Also, if you're listening on like the Odyssey app or 1210WPHT, just go over to YouTube and hit the like button. Coming up at 9:10, so 1 hour from now, will be the Tuesday edition of Fight Club. Okay, I mentioned this is 5, Phil. This is a Worcester, Massachusetts City Councilwoman, Etel Hajah. This happened back in early May, but the body cam footage was just released. She's seen here assaulting federal and local law enforcement officers and impeding the arrest of an illegal alien despite being warned. She's warned, you are obstructing federal arrest. Do you understand that? You can be charged. We saw this happen in Newark, New Jersey, where LaMonica MacGyver was charged federally. Will the same happen to this councilwoman? Roll this, Phil.
Guys, you gotta step back.
Wow. That's a councilwoman, by the way.
Yep.
No, you do not touch me. Do not touch me. I need you to go over there. I need you to not touch me. Do not touch me. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Please don't touch me. Come on.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
I'm a little tired of this option where you think you have the ability to say, please do not touch me. Okay.
Thank you. For
I'm
saying
tired
this.
of this.
Yes,
this isn't like multiple choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Put your hands behind your back and shut it.
You say it one time, that's fine. The second time you say, please don't touch me, if I'm the ICE agent, if I'm a local police officer, you're going down on the pavement and you're going down hard. I'm not playing these games with you. I don't care about camera phones. Here's the thing. Here's what Trump should do. I just saw on TV, Trump was talking about how he was shocked at Biden's 11th hour pardons. Trump should tell all of these guys and gals that work in federal law enforcement, I have your back. Go do your job. You get charged. You get convicted. And that doesn't mean be lawless, but you do your job. And if you have to rough some people up because they're not, you don't need to tell them 8 times. One time.
Well,
I'll pardon you.
He can do that federally. He can't do that locally.
He can pardon anybody he wants that gets convicted. Right?
Federally.
Yeah.
Okay. He can't pardon somebody locally?
But no. But I'm glad you said that because I hear that all the time. You can't touch me.
Yeah.
You can't touch me.
I'm so sick of it.
Oh, my Lord.
Uh-huh.
All the time.
Yes.
And they're just looking for a fight.
Yes.
They're just provoking.
Yes.
They're just provoking.
They're looking to make the officer the one in the wrong.
Yep.
After they already... Cops just don't come up to you for no reason, right? They have to suspect something. So odds are you've done something wrong, and then you try to flip it on them in the social media world of viral video clips. Done with it.
Keep rolling on this. Oh, yep. Don't. And the don't touch me is like after she's provoking him. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Look at this.
And these ICE officers are forced to wear masks because, as you pointed out, they're being doxxed.
Yep.
And who wants to put their family through that? You know what I mean?
Thank God for body cam footage.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening in Worcester. Like I know Massachusetts is just it's just an absolute hellhole. But it's just interesting to me that it's this Worcester community really seems to be the one that's in the news with everything.
It's the California of the New England region.
Yeah.
So in this one, I believe it's one of the largest because it was a partnership between ICE, all the different federal partners, and they arrested nearly 1,500 illegals in Massachusetts, and then they released how many of them were. I believe the number was something like 800 plus.
Wow.
That were like child rapists, very violent individuals.
Yep.
And so they released all the information, but it was, U.S. Marshals Service, ICE, a bunch of different federal law enforcement making these raids. But you see what they try to do, and you had the elected local official there in the Boston area trying to say, these are my constituents, and don't touch and this and that. And they try to bring out the crying children. They're trying to create this scene. And so arrest all of them, including anybody impeding, and that means that elected official who's impeding.
Yep. I remember when, and this goes to the whole keep your hands off me thing. This is where these agents and the supervisors need to establish a tone of, you do not let the bad guys dictate the terms. And I remember when I was out of radio in 2017 and I worked at the Juvenile Detention Center, the head of the Juvenile Detention Center was a former state champion wrestler from my high school who was about 5-7 years older than me. And he said on the first day, when these kids get in your face, you need to establish that it's not going to be tolerated. And there's some other guys that have been there that made a career of it. And they jacked these kids up. And I saw it. I was a part of it. And they set the tone, and the inmates don't run the asylum.
Yep.
And that's what we have to, that is the main thing we need to break over the last 5 years, is that suspects do not dictate the terms of an engagement with an officer. The cop does.
By the way, the news media, local news media, this is coming out of South Florida, but local news media does its best to try and to tell these sob stories too. This is a migrant woman who's screaming hysterically after her husband was deported. the attorney in this clip, you'll see, tells the local media most of those deported had criminal records. So, there's a reason. We're not just deporting people.
I know.
You know what I mean? Roll 23, Phil.
Was there as person after person left Miami's immigration court in tears Thursday. Yanet Correa could not hold back her pain.
Uh-oh.
She screams injustice
I don't know what she said,
after
but
her
it sounds
husband was
delicious.
placed on an expedited
Thank you.
deportation order after showing up to his immigration check-in in Miami. The detentions are not only creating panic and fear, but Correa's immigration attorney tells NBC6 it's also creating confusion.
When a person enters the U.S. at the border, they decide what law to process you under, and now here in court, they're deciding to process you under a different law.
Immigration court attorney Antonio Ramos tells us this is now the new normal.
What I have been seeing is out of the few people, most of them, they have crimes, previous crimes, and sometimes not even have applied in front of the judge with any application, just an open case.
There you go.
And we have seen just a couple of cases. They have no crime, but the issue was they never filed an application before the judge.
So there's a reason for it. I'm sorry.
Of course,
So they were here illegally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. ICE tweets out every day their apprehensions, the total number, and within that number, let's say they rounded up 1,900 people, 725 had criminal history. So remember when Trump was campaigning saying, Mexico is letting out their insane asylums and all of their institutions and their prisons, and they're coming here, and all the media, that is such a racist statement. Donald Trump is typecasting people. I mean, look at the numbers. It's 30, 40, 50% of these people. Mm-hmm. Not only are they breaking the law by coming here illegally or staying when their thing is expired, a lot of them are coming here with baggage. He's not wrong. You guys just stop being in your feelings.
At ice.gov, I'm scrolling through all these different individuals on the East Coast here and just looking at all of their different, some of them in their home countries, aggravated homicide, child rape, aggravated kidnap, or in this country, one or the other. But they have them. Anybody can go to ice.gov. Certainly those news reporters that you just were airing could certainly go to those sites and rattle off these numbers, but they choose not to. They choose to focus on the emotion of different people's reaction, but they don't seem to focus on, these are, by the thousands, they're rap sheets. Oh, my goodness.
You know what we should do?
These are violent offenders.
I would love to do this. We should reach out and try to make this happen. Dawn and I going along on a ride along with ICE.
I think, yeah.
The next time ICE comes to Philadelphia, not that they advertise that they're coming. It's not like a concert tour. Dawn goes in the back seat. She does the reporting. I'll throw on the bulletproof vest. I'll put my mask on. I'll wear the hat. Somebody could train me with a fire. I don't even need a firearm. Just give me zip ties.
Dave, I've put in for it. They have been very. Maluzhin, obviously, Bill Maluzhin with Fox. He went on the Boston ones.
No, he's got beautiful hair.
So yeah, they love Bill.
He's got great hair.
But I just think that they're all. They just, I don't know. That they are very careful with the media and they don't trust. Unfortunately, I think they don't want to deal with it. And the real problem here is that there is this perception within so-called journalists that these individuals have just as many rights as you and I do as citizens. That is not true.
I agree.
There is due process. There is order. There are laws. Yes, that's 100%. That's absolutely true. But they do not have the same laws that we as citizens have. And that's a huge misperception that you hear on all these national shows. Not as much. I think the local I give more credit to the local reporters, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the
sure.
Steve Keeleys of the world, than I do these national folks.
Does Steve Keeley sleep?
I know.
I swear, he's just on call 24/7.
He lives, and so here are the things I can tell you about Steve Keeley. He lives and breathes the news and everything that's going on.
Yep.
He also he's a sweetheart. He loves animals. So he's a softie for rescue, and he has rescue animals.
Oh, we'll bring him out Friday.
I was just going to say that. Thank you
He's such a sweetheart.
Thank you for the reminder. Don't forget, come out on Friday, this Friday, Starting at 6 a.m., we will be out at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, right there on Wilmington Pike, 1260 Wilmington Pike, starting at 6 a.m. We'll have coffee. We'll have donuts. You can bring your doggy out. There'll be a doggy photo booth.
Linda Richmond.
A doggy photo booth. So bring your pet out, and then starting at 10 o'clock in partnership with Brandywine Valley SPCA, we will be getting some dogs adopted. So we want these dogs adopted. So everybody come out this Friday. It's going to be a beautiful day. Friday, June 6th, excuse me. And starting at 6 a.m. We'll be there from 6 to noon. Please come out.
And I will be staying until noon.
Oh,
perfect.
I'm staying till noon, folks. I'll be there for all 6 hours.
We'll have fun.
That's right.
Come on out.
Imagine that.
Bring me some Gatorades.
Speaking of criminals, have you guys been following these 11 inmates who escaped the New Orleans prison?
Yes.
One of them, Antonio Massey, or Antoine Massey, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. He's still one of the two men that's at large. Well, he went on social media. And he went on Instagram to ask celebrities like Meek Mill, NBA YoungBoy, Lil Wayne, and President Trump for assistance. He's claiming he's innocent.
Fugitive on the run. Nobody can find him. Goes live on social media.
He's live on Instagram. Roll this.
I'm one of the ones that was let out with GC.
He was let out.
I'm talking about today as far as why I was in Orleans Parish Jail.
Wearing snow boots.
All type of stuff going on, and they covering it up. They don't care about nothing in the state of Louisiana. This is something that need to go under a federal investigation. What's going on? How they having cases? Why Antoine Massey was in jail if the woman, the victim, the grown woman, not a child, the grown woman stated that he never raped her. He never beat her. He was nowhere in her presence. This is the affidavits on the date right here. This is the drop form from the district attorney office. This woman went did this. I didn't do this. Look, it's legally dated.
Wrongfully accused, or wrongfully convicted.
He was let out.
Yeah. Mills, people, LBL, you know what I'm saying? People that been through the system that know it's corrupt. Lil Wayne, Donald Trump, please, I'm asking for help. You know what I'm saying? When I get back in custody, I'm asking y'all please to come and help. You feel what I'm saying? I'm asking the world I'm letting y'all know I'm not a raper, man. I'm not none of that. None of that. I'm a good person. I am a father that want to be in my children's life. You know what I'm saying? I want to let the younger youth know that going down the route of trying to be a street person is not the route.
Look at that, reaching out to Donald Trump. Should have went on Truth Social. He might have saw it, pal. By the way, 3 tattoos on the face. Yeah. You immediately
alfalfa hair.
Yeah, you lose credibility with me when you do the facial tattoo.
By the way, how many people in prison claim they're wrongfully
convicted? I know. No, it's the system.
He claims that the domestic abuse battery charge that kept him in jail was based on a false report from a jealous girlfriend.
Oh.
That's the paperwork he's holding up. I guess the girlfriend has come back and admitted that she was jealous. And says that it was she's admitting to filing a false report. But if that's true, then she should go to the authorities. But that still does not negate, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He needs to turn himself in.
Well, maybe Meek Mill will write a check for $100,000, send it to him, and say, "Hey, man, get yourself some real counsel." Because those public defenders, they walk you to the gas chamber.
You know what, though? I will tell you that he's probably smart to put that out there and make his case.
Except he broke out of prison.
He did, but he's his own lawyer right there. So he's going to claim that they let him out and that he walked out with others. So who was it, a prison guard? Was it an inside job?
Remember the video that first surfaced? Yeah. They all walked out like they were visitors.
Yeah, I mean that's the theory, Don, is that it was they were let out.
Why New Orleans is a mess.
It really is.
I love New Orleans.
Remember the chief of police after the terrorist attack?
Yeah.
On New Year's when she's like, "Yeah, I didn't know we had those barriers."
Yeah.
Do you think she knows these guys broke out of jail yet? Has anybody told her?
By the way, the reward that has climbed up to $50,000 per inmate. There were 10 of them. 10 who broke out of jail.
He's on social media. You can't find
May
him.
16th, you guys. It was what, 1920?
Yes.
It was
It's a half mil.
$50K per.
Yeah, $500,000.
He was on social media. Like, where did he post that to?
I guess that
I
was
think Insta.
Was that Instagram?
I believe so.
I can't keep up with these.
It's unbelievable.
Good God.
All right, we have more. Stay right there.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:30, Kayal and Company, as we roll on. It is a Tuesday as the cut sheet is 45 minutes in. It's Stocker's favorite cut sheet of the week, and we continue.
Tim Walz spoke yesterday. He's still making this. He's still doing the speaking tour, I guess, right?
Yeah, speaking not his strong suit.
Trying to look tough here, calling on Democrats to ferociously push back and bully the S word out of President Trump. Roll this.
Called out on this because I called Donald Trump a wannabe dictator. It's because he is. It's because he is. Oh. The governor's being mean, and the governor's speaking out on that. Well, maybe it's time for us to be a little meaner. Maybe it's time for us to be a little more fierce. Because We have to ferociously push back on this. And again, I'll speak to my teacher colleagues in here. The thing that bothers a teacher more than anything is to watch a bully, to watch this bully and to stop it. And when it's a child, you talk to them and you tell them why bullying's wrong. But when it's adult like Donald Trump, you bully out of him back. You push back. You make sure they know it's not there.
Mr. Potato Head, you always miss the mark, my man. I mean, you did as much as you could. You called the guy Hitler. The guy was shot. The guy almost was shot a second time on his golf course. It's not about pushing back. It's not about bullying, being the tough guy. It's about changing your entire party right now. You can keep doing the resistance thing. People have rejected it. 9 years in, it's exhausting. It's fatiguing. People are over it. You're now the minority, and people view your party about 16% likely to ever solve a solution. You're in the teens from a favorability standpoint on issues like getting things accomplished. I mean, just go watch. Tim, I would say just turn on CNN, watch my man Harry Anton, and watch him break down the data. Everything you guys do is wrong. It's not about pushing back against Trump. I would actually advise, and I'm done giving free advice for the Democrats. I've been doing that for months now. But here's what you do. Pretend Trump doesn't exist. Don't worry about what the other team is doing. Worry about your own squad, right? Stop self-obsessing over somebody else's successes or failures or whatever it might be, and kind of just get your own operation together, right? Like if you have a household and it's dysfunctional, you don't worry about what's going on in the neighbor's house. Get your own act together. By the way, this guy should just stop talking. He just doesn't resonate with anybody.
Well, we'll get to Harry Ann in 1 second, but first one more with Tim Walz. He explains why young men vote for Trump, and he said he talked to his son about why young men vote for Trump. 22.
I say this because I'm proud to say it. Looks like as of next Tuesday, I'm going to have a high school graduate with my son, Gus. And he's pretty in tune to this. But when he said this, he said, Dad, a lot of these young guys, especially, said they're not voting on the policy issues. And he wasn't dissing them. He said they may know the policy issues, but most of them don't. They're doing it because there's a sense of excitement, a sense of thrill in this. It's entertainment or whatever. We all dismiss that. Donald Trump's a clown. Donald Trump's rallies are a clown. This MMA fighting stuff and this, and look, you start veering into the Andrew Tate stuff, which is dangerous misogyny and, assault issues and all of that. But there's a peripheral side of that is not criminal, but is still going down the same road of saying you got a place to belong. And I think, this is me just pontificating for what it's worth, social media and other things have disconnected people more than they were. We were more connected in my generation. It was easier to be a kid when I was growing up. And I've always said this as a teacher, if you don't give a kid a place to belong, they'll go find one. So why you want them to be involved in sports and music and things in school, because they will go find a group of folks. And I think Donald Trump understands belonging, understand groups. I mean, you look at it. He gives them a uniform, the red hat. He gives them some chants, some talking points, whatever. It's not all that different than when we build sports teams in high school. You belong, you're part of this. It's not so much the policies. I think it's incredibly dangerous, but I don't think we went out to get them. We didn't out to make them feel a part of this.
That's actually relatively well said by Mr. Potato Head. His kid is right in the beginning when he says Trump is entertaining, and there's that entertaining aspect to him. He's a showman. He's a performer. And then right there at the end, all you did was push away young, straight, white men, and Donald Trump was like, we'll take you. Okay, come aboard, right? Barron Trump, Bo Loudon, they were like, hey, Dad, hey, Mr. Trump, try reaching out to gamers. Try reaching out to 18 to 29-year-olds on TikTok. Try reaching out to dudes that play video games on YouTube and stream it live. Maybe they'll vote for you. And then how many times have we seen like these on the street videos where people go up to like random 20-something-year-old bros and they're like, hey, man, are you concerned about Trump's tariffs? And he's like, nah, doesn't affect me. Like, there's some people, some of it's policy, but some of it was, a lot of it was the Democrats saying, like, the biggest voting bloc in America, we're just going to label you all as sexist and racist and transphobic. And there's probably people that were on the fence, and maybe like 27-year-old dudes that have never voted before, and they're like, That's not what I'm about. I don't hate anybody. So you're telling me I should go vote for Donald Trump? Okay, cool. Hey, Mom, I'm going to vote for the first time.
It just, after a while, it became so old and so ridiculous, their rhetoric, to say, oh, all those Republicans and Trump, anti-Semitic, racist, sexist, he's this, he's that. And also not just the candidate, but everybody who follows the candidate. And so I think people bought it for a time. And then once, it's like that old saying, once you see something, you cannot unsee it.
Yep.
So once that curtain was just open so people could peek on the other side, then, especially with social media, which exacerbates everything either in a good way or a bad way, I just think people started going, wait a minute. This is a guy who was, he was a Democrat. He was the darling of the media. His daughter is Jewish. His business partners are all these different ethnicities. Wait a minute. And so I think once this whole thing happened, I think it even supersizes the movement as far as people saying, hey, I was a Democrat. My party that I knew has gone crazy, has gone cray-cray, has left me.
And also to point out, with the first clip with Walz, with bullying back and pushing harder, the more you resist, the more Trump has gained in the popular vote. I want people to think about that. In 2016, he had 62 million votes. 4 years later, he went up 12 million to 74 million. And this past November, he went from 74 million to about 78 million. The more they fight it, the more they almost make him a martyr. And they're too stupid to realize it. And at the end of the day, when you look at those numbers, I mean, if Trump was able to run again, is there any doubt that he would eclipse 80 million votes in 2028? To me, the whole strategy is warped. And when you just alienate a large voting bloc, I don't know how you get him back. I really don't, especially if Trump's policies prove to be effective. If we're talking 4 years from now, hey, the economy's really good, man. Gas is $2.49 a gallon. The grocery prices went down 14%. Well, the border is secure. We've got no wars going on. You think they're gonna vote for AOC now?
No. I think, the truth is they have to, and that's why, I don't know, we talk about Wes Moore or a Josh Shapiro type, or maybe somebody who's not from the political world, who's an outsider, kind of like Trump was back in the day, but they have to push the reset button. The problem, as we talk about every single day, and look, I'm going to say this, I believe that it's better to have not just a two-party system. I wish they would let an independent up on the stage, right? Locally, nationally, statewide. Have competition is good.
Yep.
Yes.
Right?
Amen.
So right
Preach,
now,
sister.
what we have right now is we have the Republican Party and
Dumpster
a ton of Democrats who've gone to that because the other party is the cray-cray. They're not even it's not even, I don't even recognize what they're all about.
Both parties are dumpster fires. It's just
It's
the
so-
Democrats are more of a dumpster fire.
Yeah, well, they've just, way far left cray-cray. It's not good for the country.
By the way, we're 27 likes away from 200. Like, what are you waiting for? Hit the like button, please. I need to get over 200. 27 people. Just hit the like button on YouTube right now. And speaking of YouTube, a lot of voting on if tomato pie is pizza or not. No, at 71%. So tomato pie, not pizza.
Okay.
It's also not edible.
Oh, see, that's what I mean. I can get on board with it not being, quote, pizza, but it's delicious when done right.
When done right. Light, crispy crust.
Yes.
CNN's Harry Enton is shocked when he finds out that the latest polling gives Republicans a double-digit lead on the economy for May of 2025 over Democrats.
Holy cow.
Rofus.
4 months of the Donald Trump presidency, that you expect that Democrats would have this massive lead on the economy. It ain't so. It ain't so. The party that is closest to your economic views, in November of 2023, it was the Republicans by 11 points. Now it's still within that range, still within that margin of error. plus 8-point advantage for the Republican Party. How is that possible, Democrats? How is that possible after all the recession fears, after the stock market's been doing all of this, after all the tariffs that Americans are against, and Republicans still hold an 8-point lead on the economy? Are you kidding me?
This is the CNN. This is new CNN polling.
Yes.
How is that, when we look for trends, how is that trending with other data that you're pulling in?
Yeah, if it was just this one CNN poll, that would be one thing. But take a look at Reuters Ipsos. What do we see here? Party with a better economic plan. Well, in May of 2024, just before Donald Trump was reelected president, Republicans had a 9-point advantage. Look at where we are now in May of 2025. The advantage actually went up by 3 points. Now Republicans have a 12-point advantage when it comes to the party with a better economic plan. And again, this is after months of supposed economic uncertainty in which the stock market's been going bonkers, in which the tariff wars that Americans are against have been going on. And yet, despite all of that, the Democrats are down by 12 points on the economy. This speaks to Democratic problems on the economy better than basically anything that you could possibly look at. The Republicans still hold an advantage on the all-important key issue of the day, and that is the reason why, even if Donald Trump's approval ratings are a little bit lower than they used to be, Republicans are not out of the ballgame because they still have a clear advantage on the economy, whether you look at CNN's polls or whether you look at the Ipsos poll right here, in which they have a 12-point advantage on the economy.
Let's go, Harry. Thank you, Harry Yanton. There you go. You know, it's also amazing when you look at some of these economic numbers and the indicators that are out there. I mean, we're at a spot right now where if energy prices come down, and I know we just talked about MedEd and Pico and all this other stuff, the Democrats are toast. The only chance they have a chance to get back in the game, whether it's, in my opinion, and not to say they're not going to have some success in the 2026 midterms. There'll be some things where we're like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Okay, we have no idea what some people are thinking in certain districts. But if the economy is good in 2028, I don't care. You can try it out. Josh Shapiro, Bernie Sanders, John Fetterman, they're not going to matter.
Let me ask you a question. If New Jersey doesn't go red in this year, will you still say that Democrats are toast?
Yes, because if I had to place a wager, if I had to make my prediction on New Jersey, I still think New Jersey will be blue. I think the next governor will be Mikey Sherrill, but I think it'll be very close.
But she has been kind of disappointing. I expected more. Now, I know they'll do the ad blitz after the primary's over. But I do wonder if Ross Baraka, if he wins this because of all the publicity that he received, because he has tightened up those polls. I think that he's beatable. I think that in a head-to-head with Mikey Sherrill and all the ad blitzes and everything in the media, and the lack of a media market in New Jersey, so you're relying on Philadelphia, New York media.
Yep.
All those ads. I think that's a tougher one. Mikey's definitely tougher to beat. But I think she's been kind of low energy in the debates, if I may say so.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that she's good by any stretch. I don't have faith in the collective of people that live in the Garden State to actually. It'll be closer. Like we go back to 2024 with Trump and this whole nonsense that Trump was going to flip New York and New York was going to go red, and I said that was a laughable statement. New Jersey legitimately has a chance to go red from the governor's standpoint. But it's one of these, I'll believe it when I see it. I think it'll be close. I think it'll be Jack Ciattarelli against Mikey Sherrill. But at the end of the day, I think she's going to win by a small margin. That's just an honest, objective prediction.
Speaking of the economy, Courtney Brown, who is the Axios economic reporter, said on CNN that about polling and about the economy, that they can't get a clean read on how consumers feel about the economy because the data has been infected by partisanship and in an unprecedented manner. So we can't believe the polls now, I guess, because the Republicans are up in the polls for the economy. Roll 4.
Also asked which party best reflects their view on a range of issues. And when it comes to crime, the economy, immigration, Republicans still hold an advantage, although actually those numbers are starting to slip. How did you think about this poll as you were looking through?
I couldn't help but be reminded about a big problem in my part of the world, the econ part of the world. We can't get a clean read on how consumers feel about the economy because the data has been infected by partisanship, really in an unprecedented manner. So,
meaning your partisanship reflects whether or not you think the economy is good or not?
Do people think the economy is not doing well, or do they just not like who's in the White House? This is a huge problem right now, and it's making it impossible to get that clarity that economists like to see about how consumers are doing. Do they intend to spend? Makes it impossible to forecast.
Well, I mean, you can sit here and try to skew data, but the facts are the facts when the numbers come out. I mean, last Friday, the inflationary numbers were good once again. Everybody that panicked looks foolish. The stock market last Friday, if you use that as your indicator, and we all have different reasons and different things that we look at to judge economic success or failure, the best May in 35 years. And the jobs report, we are witnessing right now no walkbacks of, well, the numbers were wrong, and, oh, these were government jobs. These are private sector jobs. So by those metrics, far better than people anticipated with all of the fear of tariffs that are out there. But now we got, I got Swalwell. He's eating tacos on TV, apparently, with his little taco, Trump always chickens out tariff thing, which is really fascinating. Like, the Democrats think that's a flex. So you were peddling fear about the implications of what would be impending with tariffs. And now you're trying to say Trump chickened out. Well, didn't you want Trump not to implement tariffs? So he uses it as a negotiating ploy, as a leverage move to get a better deal. And apparently there might be some deals coming this week. We'll see. That's what he's saying. And you're saying he's a chicken. So which one do you want, Democrats? This whole chicken thing is funny. A guy gets shot in the head and your counter is you're a chicken. Okay. All right, Swalwell.
Don't forget, Fight Club coming up at 9:10.
Yeah.
We have a woman next on TikTok who is upset that she can't buy Pepsi and sodas with food stamps. And we'll get to that in just.
I can't rot my teeth away on government money.
Stay right there.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
For governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 8:50. It is a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Go down and do some coffee. Grab the little Politics and Pints Yeti. All the sales reps are coming in this morning.
That's right. It's Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jimmy Kelly, can you close all the blinds here? We're getting a bad glare.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much.
Glare alert.
This person on TikTok, this is two, is upset because they can't buy sodas and food, sodas and Pepsi with food stamps. So roll this, Phil.
Trump need to shut the hell up and sit down somewhere, because when I get my food stamps, I buy food with my food stamps.
Oh, boy.
I like to buy Pepsi because that's what I drink. Pepsi.
Trump's a Coke guy.
I buy 2-liter Pepsis every time I go to the market.
Hang on a second. Maybe she should cut back on the Pepsi a little bit because her teeth seem to be rotting out of her head.
Is that Meatball? Is that the old meatster?
I love the...
You know what's amazing about this? So you are relying on the government to feed you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
and her kids.
You will eat and drink what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You will eat and drink. It's like when you were a kid growing up, right? And my kids are doing it now. As soon as they get off the bus every day. Dad, what's Mom making for dinner tonight? We got chicken, asparagus, and corn on the cob. I don't want you. Well, you're either going to eat what Mom made or you're going to go hungry, right? That's what the government's saying. No more Pepsi for you. Which, by the way, also, she's right here. Trump's wrong. Pepsi is better than Coke.
Oh, you're a communist.
1,000%.
I agree.
Oh, you're
not
both
that
communists.
I drink.
Yeah, I don't drink
Here's the
either,
thing.
yeah.
I don't drink soda,
Yep.
or I used to drink diet soda like forever ago.
Yeah.
But my husband loves Diet Coke.
Oh.
And I just, I hate it. I'm like,
Yeah.
drink water. But here's the thing. Right now, it is covered under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
But
Is this recent? Or they're proposing.
Yeah, they're proposing
under the new.
Yes. Yeah, because we had this
I don't know.
debate whether SNAP should cover sodas and unhealthy crap.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. I just like, if they approve somebody, okay, if this lady, if she qualifies for this, and I don't know. I think, Pepsi or Coke or whoever they have the deal with, it would be nice if they give a huge discount. But some people, like my husband, loves his diet. Like, he loves his Diet Coke.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this lady, if that's her thing, I think she should be able to get her diet. I do.
No.
I do. I don't want to tell this lady. Now, cigarettes, unless you're going to label it as somehow toxic.
I would actually argue that soda's worse for you than cigarettes.
It probably is.
Maybe.
Then label it
Thank
as
you.
such.
Fox-
Label it as such then.
Fox News yesterday at 6:36 p.m. tweeted out a story. Experts say quitting Diet Coke can improve heart health and gut balance.
Shocking.
Quitting soda. But it's diet.
All right,
Who cares
let's.
if it's diet?
Yeah, Phil, can you start? Can you start this over? I just wanna. Can you start this over? All right, roll it.
Trump need to shut the hell up and sit down somewhere, because when I get my
Stop effing
food
with me.
stamps, I buy food with my food stamps.
All right.
I like to buy Pepsi because that's what I drink.
Mm-hmm.
Pepsi. I buy 2-liter Pepsis every time I go to the market.
Ugh.
2
And I
liters.
like snacks. I like to snack. The kids like to snack.
Oh, yeah.
So who is you to tell us that we can't buy Pepsis and sodas with our stamps? We should be able to get what the hell we want to get with our food stamps. Now you want to cut everything and talking about we can just buy food. So we supposed to spend money to buy the sodas and the snacks, just to have sodas and Kool-Aid and snacks and juices and stuff in the house.
Is that Michael
Drink
Stra-
water!
Is that Michael Strahan? Sounds just like him, too.
When will this take effect? Because I better not get messed up for June.
And has the gap
I
in the
need
teeth.
everything. I want to buy everything with my food stamps.
Yes. I'm going to get my Pepsi. I'm going to get my nacho cheese Doritos. And I'm going to go up and down all the bad aisles. I'm going to get the Pop-Tarts, which, by the way, you don't put them in the toaster. You eat them straight out of the bag.
By the way, I just wanted to say too, because I'm very cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of fake things on X and social media. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. This is not fake. So
Okay.
this person,
You are the official doctor of AI.
Thank you.
You can sniff out real and fake.
Thank you. I can.
Everything has to run through you with this moving forward.
But, like, here's the thing, is that if you're I understand what you're saying, Dawn, but, like, if the government's giving you assistance, like, the government doesn't need to assist to kill you. You know what I mean? Like,
True.
I don't know. Have some, here's some bread and water. I don't
How
know.
about the fact that she buys 2 liters?
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw a 2-liter bottle of soda in anybody's house?
But RFK Jr. is saying the states can and should block soda from food stamps.
They should block all junk food, everything. Have an apple, have a banana. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Sustenance that'll actually fuel you instead of making you fat as a house and have 7 teeth like that woman.
Yeah. You want to go back to the New Jersey gubernatorial race for a moment? I'm gonna read a tweet.
Sure.
And get ready for this one here. I'm gonna have this drop here.
Oh, here we go.
So I've got
to prepare himself.
Serendipity Dizzle on X, who loves to tweet the show. Great follower. Apparently doesn't like that I said something that might go against what she's rooting for, as I just give an honest prediction. So Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kayal, for telling New Jersey listeners who want change that you think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. The reason why Murphy won against Chitterelli last time was because the subsidized New Jersey college pollsters erroneously announced right before Election Day that Murphy was ahead by double digits. He was not. As a result, about 500,000 New Jersey voters who believe the fix was in, and in a way it was, didn't vote. In a state where Dems outnumber ours by about 1 million, we can ill afford to have Republican voters stay at home. Murphy won by a measly 3 percentage points, and it was only days after his win that his college pollsters took the airwaves with an oopsie, saying the Murphy was not ahead by double digits, and sorry.
They did the pollsters at Monmouth did apologize.
I mean, she's right in everything she said, but it's not your fault or our fault that Republicans stayed home.
Yes.
Well, just to clarify what Nick said was, now I'm Nick-splaining.
Nick-splaining. This is what you do.
I know, I'm the enabler.
Yeah.
D. Well, that's my middle name. But what Nick said was he fears it, and so hopefully that would motivate. That would have the opposite effect than Serendipity thinks, that it would motivate everybody to, hey, let's get out there, let's talk to our neighbors, let's make sure that, because today is the last day in New Jersey that you can register for your mail-in, and it's the first day of in-person early voting.
Yeah.
So just make sure why not just early vote, so that in case you get busy on June 10th, like Nick Kayal, because you have an event with your little girls.
Yep, a stinking 5th grade graduation.
See?
There better not be any fights with parents either. We're not ending up on Fight Club, which is coming up.
You must record. Make sure your phone's charged.
Just one last thing. I said, here's my prediction. Gun to my head, if I had to make a bet, I would predict that the Democrat will beat the Republican. I don't understand. And I'm not going to yell. I'm going to Nick-splain myself firsthand here. I don't understand in this format. Okay, I get it. I've only been doing it for 3 years. But look at the numbers. I'm doing it at an extraordinarily high level. I give you my honest opinion. I mean, when I was in sports radio, I would never get on the air for all of Eagle fans and say, hey, you're going to win every week. And I did it for 6 years. Could you imagine what my credibility would be like if I said the Eagles are going to go 16-0 every single year? And Howie Roseman never made a bad draft pick. Never had a trade that blew up on his face. You know what people would say to me? Dude, you're a homer. You're an apologist. What are you on the Eagles payroll, bro? So if you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, in the words of Greg Stocker,
turn it off. I don't need you or want you.
If you want state-run media, go. It's out there. It's out there. Go get it. Consume it. Gobble it up. Ah, God. If you can. I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Or or was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Oh, I didn't know there was an election. I work for a living. Some of these arguments are really soft, like Charmin Ultra Soft. Like,
nope.
Seriously.
2-ply.
Wipe yourself out and sack up.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Let this motivate, inspire you.
Yes.
Get out there. Go door to door.
Stop tweeting victory parades about one policy and stay on it. Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board. Do it. And you'll win. Or you could sit at home and I can talk to Athen Kutzer-Rumbus and you can say, well, Dick, the polls dried up and around 5 o'clock it was like a ghost town. Well, why is that, Athen? I don't have that answer. I just give you the data. Great.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. With an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
how's your French going?
You can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city rhythm orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
9:04, Kayal and Company, as we continue with Greg Stocker's never-ending Tuesday cut sheet. Just 6 minutes out.
By the way, 9:04 right now. Everybody, wait, hang on.
What?
Stop what you're doing.
We did.
Everybody go over to YouTube right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there, because coming up in exactly 6 minutes, as Nick just said, Fight Club. Fight Club, brought to you by Tri-County Auto Group. But make sure you go over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, to see a fight at a Texas Roadhouse. Oh, yeah, Texas Roadhouse.
I love Roadhouse.
Oh, this is a good one. This is a goodie. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Get there now. By the way, the never-ending cut sheet, the 9 o'clock hour portion of it, sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back. And it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples, that was easy. Okay.
By the way, how do we feel about the busted peanut shells on the floor everywhere at Roadhouse? Are we fans of that?
I'm not a Texas Roadhouse guy. You can get some quality steaks other places.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Let's do the Fetterman stuff that we haven't gotten to. Dawn referenced this earlier. Fetterman lashes out at the media, local media here. I think it was the Inquirer, right? After the paper smeared him and called out his quote erratic behavior.
Boy, the paper that propped him up 3 years ago now smearing him.
Ain't that something? This is 36, Phil.
Don't fall. Stay on board. Stay with the program, or we will come for you.
Yep.
The Philadelphia Inquirer had a piece this weekend, not questioning your ability, Senator Fetterman, to do the job, but your desire or willingness to do it. I covered your campaign. I saw how hard you fought to win this position. How do you answer these calls by the Philadelphia Inquirer for you to be more engaged in showing up to represent your constituents in Pennsylvania and questioning whether you have the desire to continue doing so?
He and people recognize the smear in this process of this. Now, I've spent two days in Cambridge, one of the most very liberal and progressive areas, and it's been all uniform positive reaction just walking around too. I think the vast majority of people realize that was just part of a smear, and now the people that already didn't care for me might have even been at the Philadelphia Inquirer. It clearly has never really done. So that's where I'm at right now, having this conversation, and then we're going to both end up in D.C. and vote, and we're going to talk about the big beautiful bill, and he'll probably work one way and I'll work a different way. I'm working together, and I haven't missed any of those important votes, and fighting for wins for Pennsylvania, just like the U.S. steel workers, or proudly standing and unapologetically standing with Israel. And I refuse to ever shut our government down. And when we have that opportunity in September to do that, I will still be there, and I'll take the beat. I'll take the beating, because that's, I think, what defines leadership.
So, Senator McCormick, I'll give you the final word on this.
Well, listen, I didn't know what to expect when I was elected. I went, Senator Fetterman had campaigned a bit against me, but we sat down and we've forged something which I think is great. The same people that elected me elected him for the most part. We've got a lot of overlap. We both care deeply about Pennsylvania.
So there you go. I actually had a good little session yesterday. I was listening to Rich when I was on the treadmill, and he had it was actually clipped from the station on X. Is Fetterman's sudden shift to the center authentic or calculated? I would say it's calculated, but I still wouldn't even say it's a shift to the center. He's pro-Republican policy-wise on like 3 issues, one of which is Israel. So I don't think anybody's ever going to consider him a centrist or even a moderate Democrat. He is very much liberal, borderline progressive on some things, but it's just so obvious to me. It's one of these things where I think Republicans look at him and like, dude, you make sense on a couple of things, which in reality, in this tribalistic world that we live in, I know it seems rare, but back when it wasn't so tribal, this was common, right? Mm-hmm. There'd be times where on 10 issues, Republicans and Democrats might agree on 2 or 3 or 4 out of the 10 or the 12. And now it's like Fetterman's still 9 for 12 when it comes to progressivism, but the Inquirer's like, hey, you're dead to us, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
One more from Fetterman, 15 here. He bashed his own party over its mishandling of the border, calling it unacceptable and chaos. Cut 15, Phil.
A lot. I mean, there was that joke or that quote. It's like, hey, now after a couple billions, that might matter sometime. And now we're talking $37 trillion. And now that's a significant danger for our nation's future, honestly, as well. But if I had to find something in the big, beautiful bill that I could support that, and that's a mistake that our party made, and that's the border. I absolutely support those kinds of investment to make our border security as well now, too. Our party, that's when I've lost some support in my party, that I thought the border was really important, and our party did not handle the border appropriately. Look at the numbers. 267,000, 300,000 people showing up at our border, and we can all agree that's roughly the size of Pittsburgh. Now that's unacceptable, and that's national security issue, and that's chaos. So a secure border, being very pro-immigration, that's as I am as a Democrat. It's like trying to think 2 things must be true, and sometimes that's put me at the odds of my party and my base to assume that I've changed my values, and that's never changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe him on the border as far as the disdain, because he gave numbers, so I'll give numbers as well. The math, according to many experts, is that the Democrats believe 75 to 80% of illegals that come through the border will eventually vote Democrat. That's why they're doing it. So I think Fetterman can talk a good game on the border, but I think he's aware that that sets up well for him as well as other Democrats in future elections, because we're seeing how difficult it is to deport these people. This was all about bringing in new voters to your base. Yeah. So I'm going to call BS on Fetterman on that one.
All right.
But we have to point out, though, he's not that far left cray-cray that says, oh, no, it's perfectly fine that all of these millions of people just were allowed to come in unvetted, which is insane.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember,
so at least he says that.
Well, look at the way he votes.
Yeah,
I mean, the women,
I know, you're right.
the women in men and women's sports. I mean, he's
that's true.
He's just on the wrong side of
he is.
voting these issues. He can say whatever he wants to.
I don't know how you can be on the right side with Israel and then the wrong side with dudes and women's sports. That's a weird get one right, get one wrong combo.
But isn't it weird that people just go, oh, well, he's not, because the rest of his party is so
Yeah, they're out to
far
lunch.
left.
They're gone.
You know what I mean? That he looks like, Uncle Fester looks normal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, 9:10.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Today, Fight Club on this Tuesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com, tricounty.com. Visit them now. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the most popular segment of the morning show right now, Fight Club. This fight was submitted by Mike Braun and Patty FM on Twitter.
Oh, Mike Braun.
Yeah.
Big time tweeter. I love Mike Braun.
So these two submitted the same one, so I give you guys full credit. This is a Texas Roadhouse in Ocala, Florida. Texas Roadhouse in Ocala, Florida, where a fight broke out because it's a Texas Roadhouse in Ocala, Florida. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there right now to witness this fight. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get there, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All right, Phil, roll today's fight. Oh, down.
That's my cinnamon butter.
Oh boy. Oh, look at
the hair.
Oh, the weave comes off. The weave comes off.
That basket of rolls is mine.
Look
Get your hands off the ribeye.
Always love when the weave comes off.
Yeah.
They're doing a tush push.
They are. Look at this.
It's the tush push.
The NFL just banned this.
Yeah.
Look at that guy right there. Look at the guy with the bald head with the beard with a huge margarita, just trying to enjoy his night.
Can you imagine?
No. Yeah, I can actually.
You're out just trying to enjoy a nice dinner with the family.
Yep. Nice strip steak.
These people can't control themselves.
What started it?
They were out of cinnamon. They were out of cinnamon butter.
Nothing.
Which, by the way, the cinnamon butter is awful. Awful. Of all the things you can put on the rolls, awful. Yeah. Regular butter, cream cheese, olive oil, and seasoning. So many things. Cinnamon butter, terrible. That's apparently their staple.
Yeah.
That's a decent fight. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Wait, what's up with all the wigs? Why is that a thing? Is that a fashion thing? Is that okay?
They're
so you shave your head and then wear a wig. Like, if I had a full head of hair, I never would have shaved my head, and nor would I put on a Frank Luntz rug to cover it.
I would love to see you one day just wear a bad toupee.
All right, here's what we'll do.
I think that would be hysterical.
We've got well-connected people in every endeavor of life.
Yeah.
Somebody out there in the hair community, find me a rug.
I have it. I have
Oh
one.
my God.
You do?
I have it for you.
I will wear it for one
or-
show.
Listen. Somebody coming out to Piazza Auto Group, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester on Friday.
And it better not be your pet's hair that you shave.
We'll be out there from 6 a.m. till noon. So Kayal and Company, Into the Dawn Show, we'll all be out there till noon.
Yeah, I'll shave my
If
shave my bikini.
come
area
out,
for
come out and bring Nick a wig that he will have to wear the entire broadcast.
Yes.
Will you do it?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
1,000%.
awesome.
Yeah.
This Friday, June 6th, come out, 1260 Wilmington Pike in Westchester there. We'll be broadcasting live right out front. You can't miss us. We're going to be broadcasted right out front. It's going to be a beautiful day. Bring out a wig. Nick Kayal will wear it the entire day.
Yes.
I love this.
And while we're at the Roadhouse issue, by the way, you got to go with the fried onions and the melted cheese on top of the steak. No steak sauce. Steak sauce is a violation.
Steaks don't need sauce.
I agree.
Okay?
I
Like,
agree.
it's ridiculous that these
A1
places
is for kids.
It's ridiculous that these places put stuff on steak.
Yep.
Just give me a good
salt and pepper.
Yeah, not even salt, pepper.
Just pepper? No, I got to go salt, man.
No,
Salt, pepper. I tell you what.
Before you put it in, you put a little olive oil on it, let it
Well,
rest
yeah,
a little bit. Then you put the pepper on,
Yeah.
and then you put it on the grill for like 6 minutes.
You ever reverse sear a tomahawk ribeye?
No.
You do it outside on the grill, and then you pop it in the oven for...
Starving. 9:16 in the morning. Starving for a steak.
I am ready for heart failure.
Tipping thing, real fast. This is a...
By the way, I have a tipping story we could talk about as well.
This woman, she works at the Oakland, which is a restaurant in Michigan. This has got 6.
Oakland, Michigan.
Yeah, so she goes through a list of, this is on TikTok, she goes through a list of how much people tip her. Like, so she has her receipts. The tipping is atrocious.
And this is just a run-of-the-mill restaurant?
How much a table of 6 ladies?
Ladies?
I'm looking at you, Stanslin. 6 ladies. How much did a table?
I'm a really good tipper.
The cast of The View.
Of 6 ladies, how much did they tip?
Well, I will tell you, there's one woman that represents me because she knew all of her friends or family were cheap, and so she does like over 30%. But unfortunately, her ticket was only like $20. But there is one woman who tries to overcompensate for the other tightwads.
Yeah. By the way, Chris Eppolito has a great point. If you're coming out on Friday to Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, where we will be getting pets adopted, dogs adopted, so come out for that. We need a rainbow wig because it's it's the season.
You want me to wear a clown wig?
A rainbow.
Put a red nose on too? Paint my face?
All right, tipping. Roll this.
We're going to see how much a table of 6 women tipped. First one, total was $51. They left $9.
All right, hang on.
That's
Stop.
just
there,
under 20%.
So $51.
Nine of the 50.
A $9 tip.
It's about 18% roughly. That's basically the basic recommend. When they give you the recommended tips on the thing, when it's printed out, it's usually like 18% is the starting one.
Yeah.
Then it's 20 and 25.
So we don't have any issues with that?
18%, roughly 19%. No, I'm good with that.
51. So I'm going to write these down. So it was 51.
51, $9.
Yeah, hold on. I got my calculator.
All right.
Team effort here. 9 divided by 51.
Here's the thing.
17.6%.
But the 51, because I'm obsessed with this story. So I did look. I froze it and looked at it like 3 o'clock this morning. I was looking at this. So here's the thing. She's going with, they have 6% sales tax in Michigan.
Oh, listen, look at Dawn doing
I did
research.
look all this up.
You're researching tips at 3 in the morning?
I'm so the thing about it is, I'm ready for you guys. So the thing about it is, $51. So think about that. They're actually tipping on a smaller. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not great. I would have done $10. But technically, you're not supposed to tip on the tax.
Well,
and by the way, we have no idea how her performance was as the server.
51.09. That's an easy $60. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't have a 1 if you're paying for cash.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Phil, we're going to try and go through these one by one. So
Acceptable.
We can back them up
Yep.
a couple seconds.
Yep.
All right. Next one. There you go.
They left $9. Second one, total of $32. Zero.
$32. Zero.
Shame.
That is horrendous.
Yeah.
Shame.
But you're right, Nick. You're right. We don't know how good or bad she did.
Right.
Even if you're bad service, you don't give 0.
No.
Yeah, it's just low energy.
Right.
All right.
$55. $0 tip.
Wow.
Disgrace.
It's a sin.
What's with all these people with $0?
Oakland, Michigan, man.
Oh, man.
And this restaurant has 3 different locations because I did look it up in that area too.
Okay.
Oh, so maybe this is not the Michigan one?
No, it is a Michigan one,
Okay.
but there are 3 different locations. But it's not heavily. I looked at the prices. I looked at the menu. It's pretty average.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Bucks left $6.
Wait, hang on.
Which was that one?
Yeah,
A little bit further.
can you back that up a little bit? Thank you, Phil. You're doing a good job here.
$6. $21 left 7.
That's
33%. That's me.
21 less 7.
That's the third.
That's a good one.
That's legendary. I mean, you're not getting better than that.
So all right, so like let's do this. Let's do this math. So she got $9, $7, and $6.
Yep.
And then 2 with 0. So you add that up. That's what 9 plus 7 is what
23.
$23.
Yeah.
And she did 5 tables.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's awful.
Horrendous.
Right. When you do it that way, it's bad.
All right, keep going.
$3 left, $4.
Wait, hang on. Can you back that up one more time? How many?
4 into 23, I think.
There you go.
Left 7. And then $23 left, $4.
That's 17%.
Which isn't horrible because the bill was actually, if you take off the 6% sales tax, was like $21.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
So that's,
not
passing
grade.
Yeah.
But if you add it up, $28, and she served 6 tables.
Yeah.
Boy.
No, that's 6. I thought she said 6. Are they 6 women at one table getting separate checks? Which, by the way, is such a pain.
It is. It is a pain in the butt.
No, this is.
Or is it all separate?
The whole separate check thing as adults.
Yeah.
Like when when we were in high school and we had our little 5th, 6th, and 7th period, 3-period senior lunch, and we all went to Pizza Hut and had the $4.99 all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. And then we had loose change. I understand why you want to separate the bill. But as a grown adult, somebody just pick up the tab and then say, hey, Venmo me your portion or whatever.
Agreed.
Good God.
Agreed.
But play the
nickel and
end.
dimers out there.
Play. All right.
She seems, because say what she says at the end.
Go back.
She's sweet.
Go back a little bit, Phil. All right, there you go.
Left 7. And then $23 left, $4. So I am grateful for any tip, but would prefer 20%.
I'm grateful for any tip, but I would prefer 20%.
Yes. Let me ask you this. What happens if you are in the heat of the moment during Fight Club at a restaurant? Does that affect your tipping ability?
If it's a good fight, I'm tipping more.
That's a good one.
I've got this in front of me. I just wanted to mention this. I've been sitting on this for like a month. Outkick had the 6 absolute worst places for tipping. And I just want to go through these quickly. Coffee shop, valet parking, bathroom tipping, concession stand vendors, haircut, and food delivery.
All right, so first of all, you should never tip somebody for handing you a cup of coffee, even if they're making a mocha latte freak.
Right,
F you.
We agree. I had 0%. Maybe I give you the loose change from breaking.
Well,
the bill.
I'm a sucker. I tip everybody. So like, yes,
Okay.
but that's you shouldn't.
Okay.
Bathroom attendants is the biggest scam I've ever seen in my life. Like
it is, but dude, if you're willing to take that job. And if I have $1 or $2 in my pocket,
if they're cleaning the bathroom, that's different.
Dude, there's people sitting in there waiting for you to finish, and they hand you a paper towel.
I am. If I go into a restaurant and there's a bathroom attendant in there, I'm walking out. I'm walking out.
It's odd.
I won't do it.
It's weird.
It's weird, man.
Right. Because to take that job,
because then you have to sit there and talk to them, and like
you don't just give them the money.
They're like
hand them 2 ones. Thanks,
they're like whistling. Like I don't need shaving like a cologne. You know what I mean? I don't need to brush my teeth.
Well,
I just need to wash my hands and leave.
But in some of these high-end places, I mean, you have to tip. Like at a golf club, at a private golf club, there's the locker room attendant. You give them a couple of bucks. Like that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But not a bathroom attendant. That's just weird. What's the other one?
Valet.
Valet, you always tip.
I jotted down.
So wait.
I wrote 15%.
Here's the thing with valets. Do you tip when they take your car away or when they bring it back?
When they come back.
What if it's a different person? What if it's a different person?
Well, then that person gets it. Unless do they have a community pot anyway?
I don't know.
Is it all divvied up?
If you want your car, when everybody's standing there?
Yeah.
If you want your car, tip that person.
What do you...
When they get the car, and then tip on the other side, too.
Do you give them a 5?
I give them
10?
I jotted down 15%, so...
15% of what? The parking?
I mean, if it's $25, I give them $5, I guess. I know that's 20%, but yeah, roughly that.
All right, what's the other one?
Concession stands and vendors. 0.
No, yeah, come on.
0.
This thing where you go to sporting events or concerts and beers are $15
anyway. I'm going to tip you for a $15 beer?
No, absolutely not.
Haircut. I wrote,
dude, I overtip.
I wrote yes, and I wrote 30%. I remember my haircut used to be $30, and I would Give him $10 on top.
The woman who cuts my son's hair is a wonderful human, and I know she doesn't make a lot of money doing this, or I'm assuming. I shouldn't say I know that, but I'm assuming. So I always overtip her because she hangs out, she talks with my son. Like, it's great. It's great.
Dawn, when you get
$20.
When you get your
$20 for
your
her.
hair did, do you tip?
Yeah.
Of course.
How often do you get your hair done, Dawn?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You go to like a real high-end bougie like salon?
Nope. I go to Hair Cuttery in Flourtown. They're
Really?
fabulous.
With the common folk.
Because Hair Cuttery, it's like the lens crafters. It's about an hour. No matter what you're getting done, it's less than. Because I have no patience. Look at me. You know what I mean? To sit there.
You deal with Greg and I
stand it.
20 hours.
Woman, gay guy, straight guy. Who usually does your hair?
Women.
Women. Okay.
How about you, Stalker?
Oh, I
He
go
goes to a bougie.
I go to the same woman I've gone to for 15 years, and before that, I went to the same person for another 15 years.
She's a stylist?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. You don't go to a barber?
No, barber. Come on.
So what do you? I mean, I see every now and then you get your little trim and
Yeah, I
you
just
come
got
in a
trim.
little shorter. What do you tell them?
I just trim it.
Just hey,
She-
Susie, trim a
She
little off the
knows.
edges.
She knows me. She does a great job. Again, I
What do you
tip
say,
her.
take an inch off or something?
I tip her very well. She knows exactly what to do. I barely have to tell her, and she does a great job. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going in there for like a perm.
Yeah.
I'm just going in there to get a couple inches taken off.
Yeah. Remember one of those big things that would go over your head for the ladies with the perms?
Yeah.
Ah.
When I used to get frosted tips, I used to have to put.
Oh, we got to have a picture.
Did you have the little tin foil to get the hair dye?
Of course. So bad for you. All right, we have to break.
All right, that'll do it. By the way, that was Fight Club, I think.
No, that was also tipping.
Yes, and tipping.
Yeah.
Kayal and Company, back after this.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When you partner with CDW, your people get more out of technology. CDW data experts are simplifying complex workloads with high-speed AMD processors, which helps your project managers efficiently manage heavier workflows. Game designers level up creativity, and scientists develop their next breakthrough. Amazing, right? Make amazing happen. AMD and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/AMD.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Jimmy Kelly's got the movies coming up in a little bit. We've got another great prize for you, as well as Phil Almquist and the music. And the Dawn Show is just 30 minutes away. Right now, we get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, this is a story that's not getting a ton of play. It's dad in Pennsylvania, father savagely beaten right in front of his wife and 1-year-old child. This was a very violent road rage attack that happened just yesterday. This is in Pennsylvania, according to Pennsylvania State Police. So they've released some photograph images of those suspects. The assault happened at the intersection of West Granada Avenue and Ridge Road. This is Derry Township Police Department releasing this, as well as Pennsylvania State Police releasing this information. The victim, they say, was driving with his family. He tried to, according to him and the witnesses, he was trying to avoid these two speeding vehicles that looked like maybe they were speeding each other, a black BMW sedan, a white sports-style motorcycle. And these suspects, they say, boxed in the family's vehicle with the man, the dad driving, his wife, the 1-year-old child in the car seat, just beat this guy more than 20 times in his face. He had to be he's hospitalized right now.
And this is, you said, Conshohocken, Plymouth?
Yeah. So bizarre.
Do we have a description of the assailants?
This
to
is
your point.
And this is in Plymouth Whitemarsh, correct?
It's not Plymouth
Okay.
Whitemarsh, but they're saying that the description is, and they released photographs.
Oh, good.
A Middle Eastern man, early 20s, mustache, long dark hair in a bun. He was driving the BMW. Then a motorcyclist wearing black skinny jeans, white sneakers, black hoodie, large white graphic on the back, and a black helmet. He's harder to see. His identity is concealed by that motorcycle helmet. And I guess there was also a white woman with long blonde hair in the BMW with the BMW driver. So they've released all of this information, but they're asking, the public. But this man was just brutally beaten.
Now, I know with Boulder, Colorado, we couldn't say it was terrorism until CNN told us it was allowed. Is this an anti-Semitic attack, or am I not allowed to ask that question?
Nick, I thought the same thing, or here's the other piece of it. Do they perceive that he's a Jewish person for some reason?
Right. Because, again, a hate crime is based on the actual proof or what you perceive somebody to be.
Yeah.
Just wondering. I don't want any ragtag, newspaper outlet to, fill up 700 words on my talk show pontifications. Because, in talk radio, you have to wait for everything to be 100% proven before you can talk about it. Imagine doing a talk show that way.
Yes. So we have that going on, that story and that search for that suspect, those suspects, and they are considered dangerous. I mean, this man, they beat the pulp out of him. Unbelievable. So we're following that story for you. Very important story. Number two, because we mentioned Jersey, I just want to remind you that, in fact, we do have a situation where right now that early voting in person in New Jersey, or it's your last day to apply for that mail-in. So just remember that. Delaware, the state of Delaware, banning red dye 40 in schools.
Oh.
And so that they've made that official. And I'm just seeing a developing story. There's a huge earthquake, 5.8 on the Richter scale earthquake, rattling a coastal town in Turkey with multiple injuries. So good thing they don't have those peace talks between Ukraine and Russia going on there.
Yep.
Although we're waiting for word on that situation.
All right.
That's your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Do I have time for a story here? I was going to mention something. Or do we have to get
We should break first, but Dawn should talk to us about Piazza.
Oh, yes. My friends, you got to level up all the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or maybe a hatchback for my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid receiving the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. And this is impressive. Either 50 city miles or 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan, now coming with the efficiency and the excitement of the hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. So I have the HRV, the HRV, love it. It's very sporty. I went to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, but they're also across our region, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, do this today with Piazza. You can browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Psst, I think it's gonna happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally! Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces, so if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and ahhing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company 942 as we continue here on this Tuesday morning. Going to be a great Wednesday tomorrow. Tony Bruno will join us coming up at 7:45. We also have our Veteran Spotlight right around this time tomorrow. And again, of course, on Friday, we will be out at Piazza Auto, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Brandywine SPCA, so that'll be very cool. Wife is mad at me. Dawn, I know, Dawn, you have an update on the tipping and the dollars. Yeah. Wife says you're wrong. You need to tip concession stands. They work just as hard.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so apparently because they are technically servers. My wife, I've told you, my in-laws own a concession and catering business, and one of their big events every year is Music Fest, and my wife works it, so...
they're doing all the prep. They're
well, and they're waiting on you in lines, right? And they're running back. And here's your fries. Here's your drink. Here's your lemonade. $20. Here's when we swipe your card. They're doing like 3 different things at once. I still think asking for a tip though is out of line there. Like if somebody throws in some money, in like a plastic cup, but like 20%.
The problem is with the plastic cup is that then it's just if you don't put something in there, the concessions are looking at you like
right. But, you throw in your change or a couple of bucks. Every now and then there's somebody that will throw like a $10 bill in there. I'm like, look at you, man. That's nice work.
David and I go to this poke bowl place. We love it. In Lafayette. Oh, my God. In Lafayette Hill, it's a really good one.
Yeah.
So I never have cash. So then every once in a while, because we go there all the time, I'll give him like a 20. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because it's your regular person.
I do that too. With certain places that I know that they know me, I'll give them, something I have and then not give them something for the next couple of times. By the way, Larry checks in on he emailed me, and he says they always tip in cash. Servers and bartenders appreciate cash.
Yeah.
Sure.
I would too. I just never have cash on me.
Same here.
So the problem for the server that you showed is that for the 200, and we tallied it up. So for the pre-tax, so it's $228 plus the 6% sales tax. So it's $228. What the state does is the state charges her
Yeah.
So she has to pay on that. She pays 4 to 6% on it. So that means what she took home without being taxed was like 5%.
You know what?
Do you know what I'm
that,
saying?
You know what's also a huge ripoff are these payment processors where the cards, the machines.
Yes.
The percentages that they charge these small businesses, which is why now they use those little white squares and they're crap. Your card never gets read correctly, but they only charge like a 1.5%, and that's what you get. What you get what you pay for.
Gern Blanston on the YouTube chat says you guys should leave advice as a tip. Don't go into radio.
Vote for Trump if you go to Jersey.
Oh, God. All right. Philip is in here. He's ready to go. Let's start with the movies like we always do. Jimmy Kelly's back, and it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Who is it?
Mr. Pizza Guy.
Again?
Mr. Pizza Guy, sir.
Order the double cheese and sausage.
Right here, dude. We certainly did nothing wrong with a little feast on our time.
It is our time. Yours, mine, and everyone else's in this room. Hamilton, Brandt, Kornfeld, up front. And be my guest. Help yourselves. Get a good one.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Can I ask you a question, Cal, before you give the prize?
What's the relevance of that clip?
No. I know what it is.
So do I.
Do you know the movie?
No, I don't know the movie, but I think the reason
he doesn't know the movie.
No.
Oh God.
I think the relevance is because Jimmy Kelly saw the pizza boxes in the street of Philly.
I get the relevance.
Okay.
I get the relevance.
Yeah, I don't know the
just
movie.
want to know if you. Oh
No.
God.
Should I know this?
Yes.
Then again, Greg, he likes Slim Biscuit.
That's
and I did it all for the nookie. The nookie.
Phil.
So you can take that.
Phil from downtown. That's true. It's true.
Everybody's dropping elbow smashes these
Any
days.
fan of Limp Bizkit does not know this movie. Dawn, you know the movie.
I was 14. I'm not saying I like them now. I'm not
Dawn.
saying when I go back and listen to it that I think
Wait,
it's good.
wait, hang
I don't know the movie.
Oh, for God's
I
sake.
don't. Some pop culture stuff I'm bad with.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
starting Monday, the Greg and Phil show. You're both fired.
Greg, Phil, and Jimmy.
Yeah.
We'll go to a movie.
You know, I would actually really pay. Here's what we got to do, Dawn. We should get like a maintenance day, a mental health day.
No, you're not
We
getting
stay
anything.
home and we will listen to Phil, Greg, and Jimmy do the show for 4 hours.
I'll
And we'll troll them.
and then we'll be appreciated.
I'll flip my
we'll
lid.
troll them.
I'll flip my lid.
By the way, if you know that movie clip, be caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will get a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar, Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. From the movies to the music, and today in music history.
Look at all these people that know this, by the way. Phone lines are full.
Today, June 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Susie Quattro, who's 75, Ian Hunter from Mata Hoople, who's 86, Doro Pesh from Warlock, who's 61, and Carrie King from Slayer, who's also 61. Heavenly birthday shout out to Michael Clark from the Byrds. We also lost Muhammad Ali on this day in 2016. Single Could Take It Easy by the Eagles in 72. Album Could Exodus by Bob Marley and the Wailers in 77. Deep Purple in Iraq in 70. Album of the Year by Faith No More in 97. And Undeniable by Hell Yeah in 2016. Also in 70, Ray Davies of the Kinks was forced to make a 6,000-mile round trip from New York to London to record one word in a song. He had to change the word Coca-Cola to Cherry Cola in the single Lola due to an advertising ban at BBC Radio.
Is that true?
That's true.
Wow.
In 2000, you'll like this one, Kenny Chesney and Tim McGraw were arrested in Buffalo after Chesney ran away with a mounted reserve deputy's horse. At trial, they're found not guilty.
Is there a version of that Lola song with Coca-Cola in it? Or is it just Cherry Cola?
I don't know.
I was just listening to the live version of that over the weekend. That's such a great song.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
After Chesney ran away with the mounted horse...
Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
I'm like, where am I?
If you have any questions, feel free to jump in.
At trial, they're found
needs to
not
be more
guilty, by the
interactive.
way. That's true. He said he thought he had permission to get on the horse. In 93, Midnight Oil is on MTV's Unplugged. In 2006, Metallica performed the album Master of Puppets in its entirety for the first time. And since I haven't had much Elvis news lately, today in 53, Elvis graduated high school. But lastly, since
for
we
God's sake.
Did he have a graduation
Oh,
ceremony?
God. He graduated high school.
He
That's
did.
music news.
It is. It's
Oh.
Elvis Presley. You're welcome, Linda. And lastly, since we talked about the calendar earlier,
Priscilla was being born as he was graduating high school.
I prefer to celebrate these two current holidays. And yes, they are real. It's America the Beautiful Week, and it's also National Steakhouse Month. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist. They're all relevant to what we're talking about tonight.
That explains why we had a brawl at Texas Roadhouse.
Yes, that's true.
Brian is in Yardley. Okay. Wait a minute. All right, Brian, give us the answer.
It is Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Come on.
Sean Penn, was Sean Penn in that scene that we just played? Because I've seen this movie.
It's a young Sean Penn.
Yeah,
right.
Okay,
now
right.
I know it.
Yes, no, I've seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I
Brian.
have no recollection of that scene.
Brian, starting on Monday, it's going to be Brian and Company
Right.
on 1210 WPHT.
We're going to be live in Yardley for the rest of the year.
Oh, my Lord.
All right, Brian, you got the gift card.
Mr.
Congrats, brother.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate
There it is. You got it. See, and it's a good movie, but it's not The Breakfast Club. If we're talking 80s,
It's way better than
no,
The Breakfast Club.
No way.
No.
80s high school movies. 80s high school movies.
It's the
Breakfast Club
original
is
80s high school movie.
Doesn't matter. if it was
1982.
first. Yeah, Breakfast Club was what, 84?
Yes.
It's fine.
It was first.
Yeah.
It was first.
Doesn't mean it's the best.
How dare you. Phil beat.
I was Greg.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just because
Breakfast Club, great movie. No. Don't get me wrong. Great movie.
Yes, great movie.
Fast Times at Ridgemont
Not
High.
the Ridge.
Better.
Dawn, save us. What do you got coming up?
We have, there's so much breaking news with Trump, with the big, beautiful bill, with the Senate. We've got Philadelphia City Council. I want to bring some updates on that, whatever happened with the wealth tax. So we got Philadelphia news. We got a ton of Jersey news as well. So we got it all covered. Great guests, great show. Stay right there.
I got Zioli on TV again.
Does he ever come to the studio? What
look how good he looks.
Oh, stop.
And we'll do we'll replay
Please.
Zioli. You won't miss a thing.
Oh, God.
Mama Zioli, you could just
Your job is here.
Look at my
It's
Richie.
Philadelphia, 3 to 7.
Doesn't
3 to
say-
7.
it's-
Stop with Fox News.
It also doesn't
They
say
don't pay
PHT
you.
on there
We
either.
pay you. Stop
Doesn't
with
say
Fox
PHT.
News.
Wait a minute. He doesn't get this. So his compensation is the national exposure. He's not paid to go there.
That's
Are they
my
saying
Richie. He looks
Philadelia
so good.
radio host on there? It
No.
does us nothing.
I looked
It's enhancing his brand, enhancing ours nuns.
I looked it up last week when I was texting him and busting his chops about being back in city. It's 90 miles each way.
They
There's
pick
no
him up.
way they pick him up.
They pick him up.
180-mile round
Yes.
trip to go to that
That's how
hellhole
it
of a
goes.
city.
For a 6-minute hit.
Oh.
Give me a break.
Richard.
All right, we
They
have to
pick
go.
you up.
Rich, if they ever need me, let me know.
Rich-
But I charge.
By the way, Rich knows I love him.
He does. Well, don't worry. You're not going to miss a thing. We'll just turn that around and play Zioli.
Oh,
You'll
God,
hear-
no, you're not. I forbid it.
Yes,
I forbid
am.
it. No, you're not.
Greg just lost his mind at
We have to wait till he leaves.
9:53.
Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. Have a great day. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American